Mummy.
Wait a minute, hold on.
Miriam freezes, her eyes blink twice, confused. She clears her throat and folds one last shirt before looking up slowly. Of course she did not hear well.
Let me tell you my story. I was in 200 level at the University of Ife, studying biochemistry. Not the type to party, not the type to talk much either. I was just there, trying to survive school and make my family proud. That day in the library, everything changed. I was studying with my best friend Kemi, buried in my textbooks, when she suddenly shouted, "Let's go, Kim. Library is not heaven." Her voice was way too loud, and a few people turned to stare. That's when I saw him, Kenny, tall, slim, glasses, and this quiet, almost shy way about him. He wasn't the kind of handsome that hits you at first sight, but something about him made me look twice. He was in 500 level, final year computer engineering, working on this robotic door project, something that would later change how hospitals open and close their doors, and so many other innovative he has up his sleeves. His lecturer believed in him so much, they pushed him to make sure it was world class. He noticed me staring, looked down shyly, then, after a moment, he closed his laptop and walked over. "Hi, I'm Kenny. I think I've seen you around here," he said softly. I was shocked, but smiled. "Yeah, I come here a lot." He smiled back and said, "Libraries make it easy to think." Then, he asked for my number. After that day in the library, Kenny and I started seeing each other more. It wasn't some loud, dramatic campus romance, no grand gestures, no crazy parties. Just quiet, meaningful moments. Stolen between lectures and library study sessions. He once showed me his robotic door prototype, built from cardboard and wire. I didn't understand all the tech talk, but I loved watching him talk about it. His eyes would light up, and his hands moved like he was building the future. It made me fall deeper. We studied late together in the hostel's common room. Sometimes I'd bring him food when he was pulling an ornate coding, and he'd help me break down the madness of biochemistry formulas. We were building something, slowly, steadily. Kenny wasn't the social type. He kept his circle small. Just Edward and Ray, his two closest friends. Equality guys, focused, ambitious. The kind of people you just know are going to become something someday. They'd hang out with Kemi and me sometimes. It felt safe. It felt like family. People around us noticed too. Friends would whisper, "You two look good together," and I believed it. Kenny was kind, focused, loyal, the kind of man you build a life with. I loved how he loved me after he graduated. He got posted to Port Harcourt for NYSC, landed a job almost immediately after. I visited when I could. Those weekends were everything. Then, a month into my final year, I returned from one of those visits, feeling sick, tired, bloated. Kemi, being Kemi, joked and handed me a pregnancy test. I laughed. We were careful. I wasn't even worried, until I saw it. 2 lines. I just stared. "Pregnant," Kemi screamed. "Call Kenny." But I couldn't. Not right away. 2 weeks passed before I told him. His reaction, shock, then joy. He was happy. He took time off work and rushed to campus the very next day. We were both confused, but we were in it together. He met with my key lecturers, made special arrangements for me. Some classes would go online, and for the rest, he promised to take trips with me monthly. That's how much he loved me. That's the kind of man Kenny was. But then, something changed. One weekend, at his place in Port Harcourt, I felt it. Blood. Just like that, I lost the baby. Kenny was devastated. But then, something in him snapped. It was the first time I ever saw him truly angry. He turned to me and asked, cold and hard, Did you terminate the baby? I froze. How could he ask me that? I had once said just in passing that I wasn't sure I could handle school and a baby, but I would never do anything to harm our child. Still, the damage was done. The question hurt deeper than anything else. I packed my things and went back to school, carrying more than just grief, carrying a crack that would never fully heal. Back at school, I was a mess. Kemi tried everything to cheer me up. One day, she looked at me, shook her head, and said, "This is why I want to remain single. I don't have the heart for all this." I actually laughed for the first time in weeks. 2 weeks later, Kenny came back. He looked different, quieter, softer, sorry. He booked a room at a hotel nearby, took me there to talk, and then he pulled out a ring. "I want to have you all to myself for the rest of my life," he said. I said yes. I was happy, but not joyous. We got married 6 months after I graduated. The wedding was beautiful, the honeymoon peaceful, but cold. There was a distance I couldn't explain. I tried, but grief doesn't just disappear. You carry it, and sometimes it carries you. Still, we moved on. Work was good. Kenny was thriving, working with one of the top 5 tech companies in the country, running a side business too. Money wasn't the issue, but something else was. 5 years passed. No children. Kemi was in the US by then, pursuing her PhD. One day, during a call, she said, "Kim, have you gone to the hospital?" And I realized I hadn't. I brought it up with Kenny. He agreed, said we'd go together. But when the appointment day came, he didn't show. Not the first time, not the second, not the third. I went alone. I got checked. I tried. But something in me said this isn't right. This isn't the Kenny I knew. This wasn't the man I fell in love with. I did all the tests alone. I cried in that cold hospital bathroom, holding the results that said nothing was wrong with me. Nothing, and yet no child, no explanation, just silence. I needed him to be part of this. He wasn't. I tried talking to him, but he always brushed it off. "We're fine. God's time is the best. Stop stressing, it's not good for you." But it was more than that. He had grown distant, cold, polite, even like a roommate. He still kissed me goodbye in the mornings, still smiled when guests came over, but behind closed doors, we were strangers. Then I noticed the change in his phone, habits, passwords updated, calls, in the bathroom, late nights at the office. I wasn't crazy. Something was wrong. This wasn't the Kenny who used to hold my hand like it was the most sacred thing in the world. One night, I couldn't take it anymore. I picked up his second phone, he thought. I didn't know he had one. I didn't go digging. I just opened it. And there it wasn't a girl like I had suspected. It was a man, Chili Ray's brother. I was mad. I was angry. I was shaking. Before this discovery, my mum had just lost her husband. After the funeral, we both agreed she needed a break, of vacation. We planned to go together. Just 5 days in France, I had already made up my mind to cancel. How could I travel now? How could I leave this storm unresolved? But then, a thought came. I gave myself a moment. I breathed, and I made a decision. I would still go. France was only 6 hours away. I would make the trip with my mum, but first I needed to return to Port Harcourt, tie up a few things, get my head straight. I told my mum, forget what I said earlier. I was wrong. She smiled, relieved. "I've told you not to overthink things," she said happily. In 12 hours, I was back from Port Harcourt with a small suitcase in hand, and with my sweet, grieving mother. We boarded the flight. France, here we come. My mother, bless her, was all smiles. She'd never been to Europe before. She kept looking around, marveling at the little things, how the announcements sounded in French, how the air smelled different, how even the airport seats looked more polite. Me. I was there but not there. My thoughts were stuck on Kenny, on Chile, that hidden life. And yet, I had promised myself 5 days. Just 5 days to breathe. 5 days to be a daughter instead of a broken wife. Our hotel was this charming little place on the edge of Montmartre, warm light, creaky floors, and a view of the Eiffel Tower if you tilted your head just right. I stood by the window, watching. Couples stroll the cobbled streets below, some holding hands, some laughing. I hated how beautiful everything looked. My mom came up beside me, her hands wrapped around a cup of herbal tea. She looked at me for a long while. Then she said something that surprised me. You don't have to fix everything today, my love. You just have to survive it. We went walking through a flower market the next morning, then spent the day visiting a few beautiful places my mum had written down. The same happened the next day, and the next. The activities were simple, but fulfilling. I'm glad she enjoyed them. At one point, my mother chatted with a vendor in broken English, buying too many tulips. And then, out of nowhere, I laughed. Actually laughed. Something about how she tried to say rose in French and ended up saying rice. That laugh scared me, because I hadn't heard it in weeks, maybe months, and I realized that pain doesn't erase who you are, it just buries it for a while. That night, back at the hotel, his name flashed across my screen. My love, Kenny, he'd texted. Hope you arrived safely. Tell your mum I said hi. Just that. No mention of the phone, or Chile, or anything real. I stared at the message for a full 10 minutes before locking the screen. No reply. Not now. Not here. On our last night, my mother and I climbed the stairs of Montmartre. From the top, Paris looked like a galaxy, twinkling lights. Endless movement. She took my hand. Whatever you choose when we get back, I'm with you. I nodded, tears stinging again, but not from pain this time. From love. The kind of love that stays, even when everything else changes. We landed in Lagos late at night. I hugged my mum tightly at the airport, whispered a thank you for being my safe space, and watched her taxi drive away. Then I got into mine. Back to Port Harcourt. Back to him. Back to answers. The drive was quiet, but my mind loud. A week before the France trip, when Kenny's lies had grown too loud to ignore, I did something I never imagined I'd do. I planted cameras. One in the kitchen, one in the hallway, one facing our bed. I told myself it was paranoia, that I'd probably delete it all without watching. But now I needed the truth to have a voice, even if it screamed. I walked into the house like a stranger. The lights were dim. Everything smelled like cinnamon and silence. He wasn't home, probably still at the office. I locked the door, dropped my bag, and walked straight to the drawer where I kept the flash drive. My hands were shaking before I even plugged it in. The footage started slow. Days I recognized. Evenings I remembered. Me in the kitchen, making jollof rice. Him walking in. No kiss, no touch. Just a nod, fast forward. Him pacing in the living room. Phone pressed to his ear, laughing, whispering, I miss you too. Then came the night after my trip. I watched him in our bedroom, pouring wine. 2 glasses. My breath caught, then he walked in. Chilly, not a friend, not a guest, but something else, something deeper, something I had no word for. They kissed, slow, deep, and long, familiar, unapologetic. I froze. I couldn't even cry. Not yet. I watched more than I should have. He touched him the way he hadn't touched me in months. He held him the way I used to be held. Like oxygen. Then it hit me. It was never me. It was never about stress or God's timing or anything I thought I lacked. It was a truth he never gave me the respect of knowing. I dropped to the floor. No strength, no scream, just sobs, ugly, gasping sobs that came from a part of me I didn't know existed. I cried until my voice left, until my throat burned, until my chest ached from holding in too much for too long. The footage was still playing. 2 long hours of betrayal. 2 hours of truth I never asked for. 2 hours of watching the man I married become a stranger, become a man to another man. I didn't even hear the door unlock, but I felt him the moment he walked in. Tension cracked in the air like lightning. He stepped forward quietly, dropping his keys on the console like he always did. But then he saw me sitting stiff on the floor, laptop open, the frame on the screen frozen. Our eyes met. That kind of look that needs no words. Then his gaze dropped to the screen, and there it was. Him and Chili, naked, exposed, tangled in something so passionate it mocked every night he told me, "I'm just tired." His mouth parted slightly. He didn't speak, didn't deny, didn't flinch. I wanted to scream, throw the laptop at him, ask him why, how, when, oh my God, why? But the words caught in my throat, heavy, burning, unspoken. So I just sat there, like a statue carved from disbelief and heartbreak, breathing, but barely. He took a slow step forward, then one back, like he wasn't sure if I would explode or disappear. "Kim." He finally said my name, soft, cautious, like it was made of glass, like he feared it would shatter in his mouth. I looked away. I couldn't bear to see his face wearing anything close to shame, because shame would mean he cared. And in that moment, I wasn't sure he did. I stood up slowly. My knees cracked from sitting too long in sorrow. I walked past him. Our shoulders brushed. He didn't stop me. Didn't follow Dodd in the bathroom. I splashed cold water on my face. Stared hard at the woman in the mirror. Eyes swollen. Lips trembling. A soul I could barely recognize. That night, I didn't sleep in that house. I walked out, booked a nearby hotel with shaky hands, cried into their stiff white pillow until dawn. The next morning, I went back to the house, packed a bag, clothes, a few essentials. Then something pulled me toward the frames on the shelf. Our pictures from when we first met, to birthdays, to anniversaries. I grabbed every one I could find. Why? I didn't know. Maybe it was muscle memory. Maybe it was grief holding on to pieces of us. I texted my best friend, "Coming to see you," booked a flight. Kemi didn't ask a single question. Didn't even type, "What happened?" She just replied, "I'll be at JFK. I've got you." I flew to the US to Kemi, my sister from another mother, in every way that mattered. The one who promised, "If the world ever breaks you, I'll help you pick up the pieces." She met me at the airport with a warm blanket and my favorite juice. She didn't say a word, just hugged me like she was holding up my bones. "Rest," she whispered. And for the first time in weeks, I did. I slept, without clenching my jaw, without flinching from dreams. When I was ready, she booked a therapist for me. A woman of God, gentle eyes, strong voice. Someone who didn't judge. Someone who reminded me that healing isn't just for the hurt. It's also for the hopeful. I sat on her brown leather couch and told my truth, loudly, tearfully, broken lie, and slowly, very slowly. I started to come back to myself. But love is a strange, wild thing. So is grief. 2 months later, I found myself sitting on Kemi's floor, surrounded by our old photos, staring at his smile, The way he used to look at me. The way he used to love me. And suddenly, the question shifted. No longer, why me, but what now? And the answer came like a whisper in my spirit. Try. Not because he deserved it. Not because I forgot, but because I remembered. The man. I married not the one he became. So I booked a return flight to Port Harcourt, packed up my courage, and went back. He was home, thin, tired, ashamed. He opened the door like someone expecting judgment, or worse. But I didn't yell, didn't cry. I just said, we talk. Now, all of it. And we did. He told the truth. Said he'd known since he was a teenager. Tried to bury it in religion, in marriage, in me. Said he loved me, still does. But he was broken, and didn't know how to ask for help. So we went back to therapy, together. This time, it was messy, ugly, uncomfortable. But it was honest. And that saved us. We didn't rebuild the old version of us. We built something new. Something with cracks, but strong. Today, we have 3 children. Not because we were perfect, but because we tried. Because when love is real, you don't always walk away. Sometimes you fight for your person, and sometimes they fight back for you. This is my true story. Sometimes love fails, but sometimes it falls, then learns to walk again. Don't stay where you're being destroyed, but don't run from what can be restored. Get help. Be honest, and if you still believe, fight, because healing is holy and grace is worth giving.
Yes, that's me, dancing. I don't have a problem. If not that, why I just released my result and said I have 2 pass. I'm only 6 fail. Me that want to be a nurse. Nurse not go work, oh, na go last. One fair more, my mom. What would be? Wait, no be police be this.
Who is Jessica here? Who is Jessica here? Jessica?
They will arrest Jessie baby today.
Emanuela.
Who is Jessica here? Who is Jessica here? Jessica?
Emanuela.
They call me. How would I continue this gist now? Make a hand over first. Make a hand over.
Yes, so my name is Ella Baby. Now me go give you this barrack gist the way you want it. Just listen. Let me start from the beginning. The gist is sweet. Yes, all of them select.
Let me break this barracks life down a bit. The barracks were a world of their own, a close-knit community where families of warders, policemen, and military personnel lived side by side. The buildings were modest, rows of bungalows stretching out in uniformity, with children running barefoot in the sandy open spaces between them. Women gathered under the shade of trees, sharing gossip and laughter, while men in uniforms moved about with purpose. Even despite the sense of order, the barracks had an undercurrent of chaos, shouting matches between neighbors, loud music blaring from transistor radios, and the occasional visit from superiors enforcing discipline. It was a place where people made do with little, finding joy in the small things. A game of football, a shared pot of stew, or the evening breeze after a long, hot day.
Let me gist you on how it all began.
In the early 1980s, before the era of social media and instant messaging, people found friendships across the world through pen pals, an old-school way of connecting with strangers by exchanging handwritten letters. Veronica, a young Polish woman, signed up for a pen pal program in hopes of making international friends. Little did she know, this would change her life forever. Among the many letters she received, one stood out. It was from a man named Prince from Nigeria. His words were poetic, filled with grand tales of his heritage, and he spoke of Africa with such mystique that Veronica couldn't help but be enchanted. She assumed, quite naturally, that he was a real prince. After all, his name was Prince, and his descriptions of his homeland painted a picture of royalty and grandeur. For months, they exchanged letters, growing fonder of each other with every page. Veronica, dreaming of an adventurous love story, made the daring decision to leave Poland and travel to Nigeria to be with her prince. When Veronica arrived in Nigeria, she expected a royal reception, perhaps drums, dancers, and a palace. Instead, she was greeted by a well-built man in a prison warder's uniform. Her prince was no royal. He was Mr. Prince, a 31-year-old prison warder who barely made enough money to sustain himself.
Where is your palace?
Veronica asked in disbelief. Prince chuckled nervously. You misunderstood, my love. I am Prince in name, not in title.
Veronica nearly fainted. She had left her country, family, and life behind for a man she believed to be royalty, only to find out he was a humble civil servant.
You lied to me.
She screamed. I never said I was a king's son. You did not even ask. I just let you believe what you wanted and hoping you would like what you see.
Veronica was furious, but as she looked at the charming, broad-shouldered man standing before her, something strange happened. She fell in love all over again. Or maybe it was the intense Nigerian heat messing with her mind. Either way, it was too late to turn back. That very night, in the small one-bedroom flat Prince called home, she conceived their first and only child, Jessica. Jessica was born a few months later, a breathtakingly beautiful child with striking features, deep brown eyes, golden skin, and soft, curly hair. She was the perfect blend of Polish and Nigerian heritage, a head-turner wherever she went. Growing up in Agani barracks, Jessica was both admired and envied. She was different, and that difference made her special. But it also made her a target. Kids would tease her, calling her Oyinbo, white person one day, and half-caste the next. But Jessica held her head high, knowing she was a rare beauty. On the other hand, Jessica's mom, Veronica, began to realize the harsh truth. She had given up everything for a man she thought had all the money in Africa, a man she believed would make her a queen. But now she saw things differently. There were days when Veronica regretted her choices. She would call Prince a wretched man and dream of going back to her old life. But going back wasn't easy. Her neighbors in the barracks were no help. One day, they would admire her love story, and the next, they would gossip about it like cats and dogs. But Veronica wasn't one to wallow in regret for long. She decided to take control of her life, inspired by how she had found love through letters, even if it was based on a misunderstanding. She came up with a plan. Veronica started a business. Her promise: to connect Nigerian men with foreign women for marriage. The deal was simple. Desperate Nigerian men, eager to marry foreign wives and secure visas, would pay her to link them with Oyinbo women. Veronica would spin elaborate stories about Polish, Russian, and American women who were desperate to marry African men. She told her clients these women needed money for visas, flight tickets, and upkeep. The men, blinded by the dream of an exotic European wife, handed over their hard-earned money. Veronica would take it, promise them love. It was a brilliant scam. The men kept coming, each one believing in the dream Veronica sold them. And Veronica? She lived comfortably, funded by their desperation. As Jessica grew older, she became part of her mother's business, albeit unknowingly. She often took pictures of supposed husbands-to-be as part of the matchmaking process. The men believed these photos would be sent to their future wives overseas, while Veronica pocketed their cash.
Hooray! Okay, yes, business is booming. Veronica's business began thriving beyond her expectations. She had excess money to spend, clubbing and making merry. But we all know that with wealth came pride, and soon she no longer saw a need for Prince. Oh, poor Prince. Prince's world was crumbling around him. Despite his desperate pleas, Veronica's heart remained resolute. She had already set the divorce proceedings in motion, and Prince's once stable life was now on shaky ground. At work, Prince struggled to concentrate, his mind consumed by the impending loss of his wife and the life they had built together. His performance suffered, and he teetered on the brink of losing his job as a prison officer. But Veronica remained unmoved, her determination to leave him unshakable. She said,
"When I'm done, I'll move out of this house,"
she said, her voice devoid of emotion.
"But until then, I'll operate my business from here."
Prince's eyes pleaded with her to reconsider, but Veronica's gaze remained cold, her resolve unbreakable. The man who had once been her everything now seemed insignificant, a relic of a love that had lost its way.
On the other hand,
Jessica, now growing into a young woman, inherited her mother's arrogance. With her beauty and newfound influence, she took a twisted pleasure in luring married men into affairs. It was no longer just about the money. It was about power.
One day, an interlude took place when a woman named Ella stormed into the marketplace yelling at Jessica.
"Because of your rubbish money and beauty, you took my boyfriend's Imagine. I know one day you and your mother will be exposed."
Jessica smirked, unfazed. Her mother had taught her well. Jessica replied,
"My name Jessie, baby. Please refer to me well."
Meanwhile, some of Veronica's clients had waited for months. Some have gone to the airport twice, expecting to welcome their foreign brides. But no one ever arrived. Veronica would always have an excuse.
"The flights were canceled. They need more money for a new ticket and to book sleepovers in Dubai and Italy. Just a little more time and money, and I promise they'll be here. Your sweethearts will all be here, okay? I understand how you're feeling. They are also eager and can't wait."
Desperate and blinded by hope, the men would pay again and again. Veronica's deception ran deep. She crafted hundreds of fake letters, masquerading as messages from the women she claimed to have matched with her clients. With meticulous attention to detail, she varied her handwriting styles using different pens, concocting romantic tales and promises of eternal devotion. Her charade continued at the post office, where she would collect the letters, feigning excitement and anticipation. But unbeknownst to her, Ella's mother, a keen-eyed postal worker, had grown suspicious of Veronica's activities. She noticed a peculiar pattern. Veronica would open her postbox, drop in letters, wait a while, and then retrieve the same letters she had just deposited. One day, Ella's mother decided to investigate further. She watched as Veronica repeated her usual routine, and her suspicions were confirmed. The letters, supposedly from Veronica's European connections, were actually written by Veronica herself. The ruse was exposed, and Ella's mother now held the truth.
Oh.
Ella's mother gasped in disbelief. Her mind flashed back to the past, to a time when Prince was desperately searching for a wife. Ella's mother had introduced him to her own sister, Bimbo, a stunning woman with striking curves, confidence, and charm. But Prince had used Bimbo and sent her away without a second thought. Now, as she pieced together Veronica's elaborate scam, she smirked bitterly. "Good for him," she muttered under her breath. But then her thoughts shifted. Wait, so this woman has been scamming all these men? Her heart pounded with urgency as she rushed home to tell their neighbor, Brambo. Brambo, in turn, relayed the shocking news to Lade, and soon word traveled like wildfire. Eventually, the revelation reached Andrew, one of Veronica's most loyal and long-suffering clients. Andrew had been waiting for his foreign wife for months. He had gone to the airport twice, each time leaving with nothing but dashed hopes and more excuses from Veronica. She had promised him that if his bride did not arrive, she would let him marry her daughter, Jessica. Veronica had said it jokingly, laughing it off, but Andrew had taken note of her words. "Your daughter is beautiful, though," he had said with a smile at the time. But now, as the reality of her deception hit him, his smile was gone. Trembling with rage, Andrew felt his entire world collapse. "Oh! My money, no!" he cried out, his hands shaking. He refused to be made a fool of any longer. Fueled by anger and desperation, he stormed off to the police station, not to arrest Jessica, but to hold Veronica to her word. If she had promised him her daughter, then she would have to deliver. Before others could come for Jessica as their last resort, Andrew would claim what was his.
Broke loose in the barracks. Neighbors gathered, murmuring and exchanging knowing glances. Some shook their heads in disbelief, while others whispered, "Serves her right." Meanwhile, Veronica had already laid out her plans to disappear the next day. Her bags were packed, her getaway route mapped out. But before she could slip away, news of Andrew's move reached her ears. The air grew thick with tension as she realized that time was no longer on her side. When the police arrived at Veronica's home with Andrew, the crowd had already swelled. They pushed through the sea of curious onlookers, ready to claim Jessica. But before they could, Prince emerged from the house like a man possessed. "Leave my daughter alone," he roared, his voice cutting through the commotion. He stepped forward, blocking their path. "She is innocent. Take her mother instead. She is the matchmaker, not my daughter."
The police officer came forward saying, "Veronica, you are under arrest for fraud and deception. Anything you say will be used against you." Veronica gasps, her knees weaken. The crowd murmurs. Prince exhales deeply, pulling Jessica into a protective embrace. As Veronica is led away, Jessica watches, her face conflicted. The realization of her mother's crime settles in. In the barracks, secrets don't stay buried for long. Veronica thought she could outsmart everyone, but the truth has a way of finding you. Now she must face the consequences of her deception. No lie lasts forever.
In a quiet street in Ibadan, two girls grew up as more than neighbors. They were soul sisters, bonded not by blood, but by love. Ifunanya and Zainab met in primary 3, and from that moment, they became inseparable. They walked to school hand in hand, shared puff-puff from the same nylon bag, copied each other's homework, and even got punished together. Everyone called them the twins of Unity Street. Ifunanya's parents ran a local provision shop. Kind people, but always managing to survive one day at a time. Zainab's family lived more comfortably. Her dad worked with a foreign NGO, and her mother was a beauty therapist with clients across the city. But those class lines never meant anything to the girls. Ifunanya was shy, always scribbling in her notebook, dreaming up stories and inventions. Zainab was bold and full of life, always the first to dance, the first to fight, and the first to laugh. After school, they'd drop their bags and rush to the backyard where they sat under a big almond tree. Ifunanya taught Zainab how to solve quadratic equations, while Zainab showed her how to lay edges and speak with confidence. "I wish we could get admitted to the same university," Zainab said once, lying on a wrapper spread on the ground. "Even if we don't," Ifunanya replied, "we'll still stay close, right? Forever," Zainab said, locking their pinky fingers. But life had other plans. After secondary school, both girls aced their WEC and UTME. Ifunanya even got admission into a federal university on scholarship, but relocating and feeding costs were still too much for her family. She settled for a polytechnic in town. Zainab, on the other hand, flew to a private university in Abuja with ease. The day she left, Ifunanya hugged her like she was losing a piece of her own soul. At first, they stayed close. Voice notes, video calls, birthday gifts. But slowly Zainab started changing. She stopped replying to texts. Phone calls turned to busy, will call back messages. Eventually, silence. Then came the day Ifunanya returned from school and asked after Zainab. Her mother sighed. They've moved. Their new place is in Bodiha. What? Why didn't she say anything? There was no goodbye, my dear. Just moving trucks. Ifunanya tried calling. No reply. She texted. Nothing. Months passed, and the silence began to feel like betrayal. Her chest grew heavy every time she passed their old backyard tree. They once dreamed of opening a business together. You'll be the tech brain, Zainab said once, and I'll be the PR queen. Nothing will stop us. But now, she was alone. After graduation, Ifunanya struggled to find work. Her CV was sharp, her brain even sharper. Yet no opportunities came. One day, as she scrolled through her phone at a local buka, she saw a job ad. Cleaner needed. Big company. Apply now. Her thumb hovered over the link. She had a higher national diploma, but she had bills, a sick mother, and dreams. She applied. At the interview, the HR officer frowned. Your qualifications are too high. I'm not above hard work, she said. I just need a chance. And that was how Ifunanya became a cleaner at Arkline Holdings, one of the biggest firms in Ibadan. She scrubbed floors and cleaned glass walls with silent determination. While others saw a mop, she saw a tool that would one day write her story. Until one morning, as she pushed her cart into the executive lounge, she saw a familiar figure. Sitting in a designer blazer, scrolling through her phone, was Zainab. Same hair, same face, but a stranger's eyes. Ifunanya's breath caught. Zainab? Zainab looked up slowly. Lip gloss perfect, lashes like butterfly wings. A flicker of memory flashed, then vanished. Ifunanya? I've been trying to reach you. Ifunanya stepped forward. Zainab stood. Let's not do this here. What do you mean? We were friends. Things have changed. You're a cleaner here. I'm meeting the CEO. Ifunanya's lips trembled. I took this job because I had no other option. You know how hard I worked. Zainab scoffed. Not everyone is built to win. Sorry. Then Zainab took out her phone and snapped a picture. What are you doing? Nothing serious, just catching up with old classmates. She posted it in their high school group chat with the caption, Guess who mops the floor at Arkline now? Best girl in class. Ifunanya's phone buzzed. She fell off for real. Brain no be enough, Hosea's life humbled her. Tears stung her eyes. Why? Would you do this? You should have stayed in your lane. Zainab hissed as she strutted into the boardroom. But upstairs, Karma had a plan. Mr. Alade, the CEO, reviewed her proposal with a blank face. Looks good. But one thing. I need to speak with someone on staff who knows you personally. I hear you went to school with Ifunanya? Zainab's smile stiffened. Yes, sir. Childhood friends. Interesting. Please send her in. When Ifunanya walked into the office, she expected another round of humiliation. Instead, Mr. Alad asked, Would you recommend her for this contract? Ifunanya glanced at Zainab, whose eyes shot daggers at her. She could expose everything. But instead she said, She's capable. We've not been close in years, but she knows how to do business. Zainab smirked. Mr. Aladi leaned back. Thank you. By the way, we have audio surveillance in all common areas. Zainab's smile vanished. I heard what you said to her. I don't do business with people who crush others to feel taller. You're disqualified. Expect to hear from legal. Guards walked her out. Mr. Alade turned to Ifunanya. You've shown the kind of grace this company needs, and I think you've earned something more. She was stunned. I'm promoting you. Facilities. Supervisor. You'll get an office, a raise, and with your drive, I see you leading departments. Ifunanya wept. Months later, she now wore suits instead of uniforms. She bought her mother a house and started sponsoring young girls. She became everything she once dreamed under that almond tree. Then, on a rainy morning, she saw Zainab, wet, weary, selling oranges at a corner. Their eyes met. Ifunanya rolled down her window. Zainab, I'm sorry, Zainab said, voice breaking. Ifunanya stepped out, walked over, and hugged her. You hurt me, she said. Deeply. But I see now. You lost more than just me. You lost yourself. I lost everything, Zainab whispered. I was foolish. Come, Ifunanya said. Let's get you dry. At her home, she gave her tea, dry clothes, and silence. I've forgiven you, she finally said. Not because you deserve it, but because I've healed. Then she gave her a card. Come see me. I'll help, if you're ready to start again. Zainab nodded, tears falling. The next day, she walked nervously into Ifunanya Growth Ventures' lid inside. Ifunanya handed her a letter. Admin trainee, with full pay and accommodation. Why? Zainab asked. Because someone believed in me, when I had nothing. Now it's my turn. The past was ugly. But the future, they'd write it together.
Hey, good afternoon, ma. Yes, ma. Eh? Na prison, see them, na prisoners. Ma greet them well. Hello, good afternoon.
So ask me why Ella is greeting and shining her teeth like she just won the lottery. Don't worry. She'll let you know in a minute. But before she does, let me tell you something. You know how parents always say, good love is found in church gatherings? Go and find a fine brother or sister who can pray and fast for 40 days and 40 nights. Or they tell you, go to the library. The next Elon Musk or Chimamanda Adichie is there, buried in books, just waiting for you to distract them. But this one? This one is different. As Ella walks home, she starts smiling to herself, chuckling under her breath, like she just remembered something sweet or dangerous.
Please leave me to shine my teeth, I beg. Maybe I will see bright future prisoner. Well, I beg go. Make I not go jam the one. We go sell my kidney.
She laughs at her own joke, shaking her head playfully. As she walks further, a commotion catches her attention. A warder is angrily throwing his wife's belongings out of their flat, shouting. The neighbors peep through their windows, murmuring.
These ones, I bet don't mind them. Today no be their story, eh? Don't worry, today na love story. Yay!
Agani prison, a place where justice is served. Or at least, that's what they say. Some call it a correctional facility, others, a waiting room, where destinies hang in the balance. Agani is a minimum security prison, but don't be fooled. It's also a transit hub, a halfway point between freedom and fate. For some, it's just a temporary stop, a place to wait until the courts decide their future, a short stay before they walk free. But for others, it's the last breath of open air before they are sent to maximum security, where time moves slowly and hope is a rare commodity. A place of decisions, a place of waiting, a place of judgment. And today, a new story begins.
On a quiet afternoon at Agodi prison, a secured van rolled up to the heavy gates, its engine rumbling to a halt. The air was thick with dust, the afternoon sun casting long shadows across the concrete yard. Inside the van sat a new batch of inmates, some convicted, beginning their sentences, others still awaiting trial, their fates hanging in the balance of ongoing court proceedings. Mr. Ben, the officer on duty, stood at the entrance, arms crossed, watching with a seasoned gaze. A man of discipline and routine, he approached his task with the same diligence he had shown for years. His crisp khaki uniform bore the weight of experience, his demeanor stern but fair. This was his domain, and he ensured it was run by the book. As the inmates stepped out one by one, the processing began. At this point, names no longer mattered. Each man was assigned a number, a cold combination of their date of conviction and the rank of their offense. A system designed to strip away identity, reducing each prisoner to a series of digits and codes. Among the new arrivals was a young man, tall, quiet, with eyes that carried the weight of the world. His number was 2309. Unlike the others, he did not shuffle forward in fear or defiance. He stood apart, not in rebellion, but with a quiet dignity that caught the attention of even the most seasoned officers. Mr. Ben's gaze lingered on him for a moment before returning to the list in his hands. Just another prisoner, just another number. Little did anyone know, this was the day that would change everything. Not just for 2039, but for Gloria, Mr. Ben's daughter, who was about to walk into a story she never saw coming.
Gloria's father, Mr. Ben, was a semi-built man, at least according to him. Mr. Ben's journey to becoming a prison warder was anything but conventional. He was a struggling spare parts seller at Isopart, when, one fateful day, a prisoner made a daring escape attempt near his shop. With surprising agility, Mr. Ben tackled the man, earning himself a reward, employment as a prison warder.
The man is very short. If not for the luck that he had that day, do you think he will get the job? Do you think he will get the job? He planned himself. Wait, though. Am I jealous?
Whether by fate or calculated move, the job changed Mr. Ben's life. He quickly climbed the ranks, married a warder's sister, and built a family. His daughter Gloria, and 2 younger sons. Life started looking up for him.
Gloria, Mr. Ben's daughter, was nothing short of extraordinary. A charming and strong-willed young woman, she stood out among her peers in the barracks, not just for her beauty, but for her intellect and unwavering determination. Unlike many of the other girls who grew up within the barracks, Gloria carried herself with a quiet grace and poise, a reflection of her father's unyielding discipline and the high standards he set for his children. Mr. Ben was adamant about one thing: his children would not settle for less. At the time, Gloria was in her final year of law school, a step away from becoming the first lawyer in their family. But as fate would have it, a nationwide lecturers' strike had put a frustrating pause on her education, forcing her to stay home for an indefinite period. Rather than idling away, Gloria found purpose. She joined the Prison Evangelism Forum, a volunteer group dedicated to bringing hope and spiritual support to inmates. They visited the prison regularly, sharing the Word of God, offering encouragement, and even helping some prisoners secure legal aid for their cases. For Gloria, this wasn't just about faith, it was about justice. She believed that not every man behind bars was guilty, and that everyone deserved a chance to be heard. What she did not know, however, was that this decision, to walk through the prison gates as a beacon of hope, would change her life forever. Because among the inmates she would soon meet, one would rewrite the course of her story in ways she never imagined. It was Legal Aid Day at Agani Prison, a day when new inmates willing to speak could come forward. The outreach team, including Gloria and other volunteers, sat behind a long wooden table, flipping through documents, taking notes, and listening carefully. One by one, prisoners stepped forward, sharing their stories, some hopeful, some desperate. Then, an inmate stepped forward, inmate 2309. For a moment, he stood in line, waiting for his turn. But just before reaching the front, he hesitated. His fingers curled into fists, his head dipped slightly, and then he stepped out of the line. He turned and walked back toward his cell. Gloria noticed immediately. She stood up.
Hey, you, wait.
Gloria called him, but he kept walking, shoulders tense, footsteps heavy. Gloria quickened her pace, reaching him just as he stepped into the corridor leading back to the cells. Gloria, slightly breathless.
Why did you leave? You were next in line.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter. You were willing to speak a moment ago.
My case is a murder case. No one will help me. No one will believe me.
Gloria's heart sank. She wanted to say something, to reassure him, but before she could, he walked away, disappearing into the shadows of the cell block. 2309 didn't rush, nor did he hesitate. His steps were steady, deliberate, as if he had long made peace with his fate.
That night, Gloria could do anything but sleep. She tossed and turned, staring at the ceiling, unable to shake the memory of his face, the weight in his voice, the finality in his words.
Why? Why would someone reject an opportunity that others would give anything for?
As Gloria lay awake, lost in thought, the door creaked open slightly. Her mother stepped inside, her tall frame silhouetted in the dim light. Gloria's mother said softly,
Gloria, it's late. Why are you still awake?
Gloria confided in her mother, sharing what little she knew and pleading with her not to tell her father. I'll tell him myself when I need his help, she assured her. Her mother sighed, her voice firm. Gloria, leave your father out of this. If that man isn't willing to speak, there's little the outreach can do. And you know your father doesn't support you joining the outreach. He only tolerates it because it keeps you busy while the strike lasts. If he finds out you're this invested in one inmate's case... She trailed off, shaking her head. The next morning, Gloria made a decision. If she wanted answers, she had to take a risk. Carrying a food flask, she made her way to Kha, her father's office at Agoni prison. Inside his small, neatly arranged office, Mr. Ben was caught off guard when he saw his daughter walk in with a smile. He arched a brow but couldn't hide his slight amusement. Mr. Ben, surprised yet pleased, "Ah, my daughter, you came all the way here just to bring me food? What do you want?" Gloria chuckled lightly, setting the flask down on his desk. Gloria. Softly, hesitating. "Daddy, I met someone here yesterday. Can I have a word with him?" Her father's brows furrowed immediately. Mr. Ben, suspiciously, putting down his pen. "Who?" Gloria fumbled for a moment, pretending to struggle with remembering. Gloria, carefully choosing her words. "I can't recall his name, but he's new. His number, it ends with 09. Mr. Ben froze for a second. His expression darkened as he slowly exhaled, rubbing his chin. Then, almost in a whisper, he muttered, "Mr. Ben," low, wary tone. "A murderer." His eyes snapped back to Gloria. "Mr. Ben," firmly, voice rising slightly. "Gloria, what exactly are you doing here?" Gloria shifted nervously, knowing she was stepping into dangerous territory. Gloria, pleading but careful. "Daddy, I just want to check his file. That's all. He refused to talk to me, but I feel like there's more to his case." Before she could finish, Mr. Ben slammed his hand on the table.
"Gloria, no. Have you learned nothing from my stories? Do you know how many officers have ruined their careers because they got too involved? I almost lost my job twice trying to help an inmate. You think these prisoners don't know how to manipulate people? They study you. They make you feel sorry for them. Next thing you know, Your name is in their mess.
Go home. Now, Mr. Ben commanded, his voice sharp and final. Defeated, Gloria silently picked up the food flask, her fingers tightening around it as she turned toward the door. Her father's anger didn't surprise her, but what he failed to see was that his outburst had only fueled her determination. She needed answers, and if he wouldn't help her, she would find another way.
Gloria was a good girl, no doubt, but growing up in the barracks taught you something valuable. When one door won't open, you find another way in. Determined to get the information she needed, she reached out to Officer Kola, one of the junior warders. Young, easygoing, and known to handle a lot of administrative work, he was exactly the kind of person who could access prison records. If she played her cards right, he might just be her way in.
I have a loose 20,000 for the job.
Officer Kola, ever the opportunist, smirked, tilting his head. Kola. Oh, or you could pay the other way, though. Gloria's expression turned cold in an instant. She fixed him with a sharp. Without another word, she shoved the 20,000 into his hand. Gloria said firmly, "Deliver the letter and hand me what you can get." Nothing else. She turned away, her heart pounding, not with fear, but with determination. Kola watched her leave, rolling the cash between his fingers. He could push his luck. But something in Gloria's stance told him she wasn't one to be messed with.
Officer Kola had done his part. He over-delivered, because for a small price, he has been secretly dispatching letter and has even arranged a private meeting between herself, a legal representative Gloria arranged, and inmate 2309, Daniel. Inside a dimly lit interrogation room, Gloria and the lawyer sat on one side of a steel table, hands folded in front of her, steady and composed. The door creaked open, and Daniel walked in, escorted by a guard. He hesitated for a moment before sitting across from her. His movements were guarded, but his eyes, those deep, tired eyes, held years of pain and betrayal. Gloria wasted no time. Gloria, calmly but firmly.
I read your letters. We got some information from your case file, although some tampered with, Daniel. I know what they're saying about you, but I need to hear it from you. I need to know the truth.
Daniel leaned back, exhaling deeply. He stared at the table for a long moment, then rubbed his forehead as if debating whether he should say anything at all. Finally, he spoke.
You won't believe me either, no one does.
Try me, Daniel.
For the first time since his arrest, Daniel found himself speaking freely. He told her about his uncle, the man who raised him after his parents died. His uncle had been his mentor, sponsor, and only known family, putting him through school and making sure he became a trained mechanical engineer. But there was a darker side to the story. His uncle wasn't just a guardian. He was a ruthless businessman and a rising government aspirant, a man who believed that power was taken, not given. One night, his uncle had an argument with his business partner, a man who threatened to expose some fraudulent dealings just before a big election. That same night, the man was shot dead. Daniel had no idea what had happened until the police stormed his apartment. A gun was found, hidden in his belongings. His uncle had framed him. Daniel, bitterly. I remember the way he looked at me when I was being dragged away. No remorse, no guilt. He promised me he'd get me out, but it's been over a year. And now I see it for what it is. Gloria's fingers tightened around her notes.
Your uncle lied to you, didn't he?
Of course he did. He made sure I took the fall so his hands would stay clean. And the worst part, I trusted him. I called him my father.
A heavy silence settled between them. Then, as the meeting ended and the guards prepared to escort him back, Daniel did something unexpected. He reached out, gently pulling Gloria's hand. For the first time since they met, he looked at her, Not with suspicion, not with guarded fear, but with something softer.
Thank you.
Their eyes locked, and in that moment something shifted.
Nothing shifted in that interrogation room, at least not in the air, but something shifted in Gloria's heart. As Daniel's voice trailed off, Gloria sat still for a moment, her gaze locked on the man across from her. He didn't flinch, he didn't plead, he just told the truth. Gloria, whispering to herself, "No, my father was wrong." That night, Gloria couldn't sleep. She sat under her reading lamp, surrounded by court transcripts, surveillance logs, and a copy of Daniel's old case file. Parts of it smudged, redacted, and clearly tampered with. She began cross-referencing dates, phone calls, and signatures. She spoke to the outreach team she once volunteered with. She contacted a civil rights group and demanded they take up Daniel's case. Over the next few weeks, a new lawyer took charge, supported by Gloria's documents and sworn statements. A private investigator began tracing the financial records and call logs that led back to Daniel's uncle. The truth didn't ask for permission. It erupted, like floodwaters shattering a dam. It tore through every lie. Falsified witness reports, hidden forensic evidence, phone records tracing back to his own uncle. The courtroom held its breath as the lawyer's voice cut through the tension. And then those words Daniel had stopped dreaming of hearing. This court finds Daniel Okechukwu not guilty on all charges. Free. After 2 years of fluorescent lights and answering to 2309, freedom felt like standing at the edge of a cliff. His eyes couldn't even process the sky. And Gloria, she didn't cheer, didn't cry, just watched as the man she fought for learned how to breathe again. While one man walked into freedom, another walked into a cell. Daniel's uncle was arrested 2 days later. Embezzlement, witness tampering, conspiracy to frame. The headlines screamed of justice finally served. The same prison that once held Daniel now held the man who betrayed him. Meanwhile, Mr. Ben's suspension letter arrived like a thunderclap. Unauthorized access to classified prisoner files. Immediate suspension pending investigation. Gloria stood frozen in their living room as her father, always so proud, so disciplined, crumpled the letter in his fist. His voice shook with betrayal. "Mr. Ben, you used my access after all my warnings? Gloria, you've ruined everything I've worked for." Gloria's mother wept silently in the corner. The twins, sensing the storm, had fled to their room. Gloria whispering, "I had to, Daddy. Daniel was innocent." Mr. Ben roaring, "Out! If you choose prisoners over your own family, then go!" That night, Gloria found herself on the streets with nothing but her phone and a backpack. With trembling hands, she called the only person who'd understand. Daniel answered on the first ring. Within an hour, he was there, wrapping her in his arms as she sobbed into his shirt. "You shouldn't have risked so much for me," Gloria, lifting her head. "It was worth it." For the first time in years, Daniel cried too. Weeks later, while sorting through his late father's documents, Daniel made a shocking discovery. His uncle's stolen wealth? It was never his. Deeds, bank records, a will, all proving the businesses, the houses, even the cars were rightfully his father's. His uncle had not only framed him for murder, but had stolen his inheritance. Daniel hired a fierce lawyer. Within months, courts overturned the fraud. The wealth was restored. One sunny afternoon, Daniel arrived at Mr. Ben's house in a sleek car, Gloria beside him. Her father answered the door, his face hardened, until Daniel knelt. "Sir, I've come to ask for your forgiveness and your blessing." Daniel said he placed 2 things on the step, an engagement ring for Gloria, a deed for one of his father's steel companies, now under Mr. Ben's management. Mr. Ben, eyes wet, You trust me with this? After everything?" Daniel, smiling. "Family looks out for family." Gloria squeezed his hand as her father pulled them both into a crushing embrace. And so the man who was once prisoner 2309 didn't just win his freedom, he won a family. As for Gloria, she finally proved that sometimes the best love stories begin where others see endings.
The Oladale mansion loomed over Lagos like a monument to power. Gleaming marble, manicured gardens, and gates that whispered, "You do not belong here." Adana Okoro, just 17, moved through its halls like a ghost, silent, unseen. The perfect house girl in a home where wealth was a weapon and pride was low. She kept her head down, her voice soft, her presence forgettable. It was the only way to survive. Chief Adebayo Oladale was more than a man. He was an empire. Charismatic, ruthless, and engaged to Lola, the daughter of a high-ranking politician. Their union wasn't just love, it was strategy. But on the night of their engagement party, beneath crystal chandeliers and the weight of Lagos elite, Lola did the unthinkable. She dragged her best friend Rola into the restroom, away from the cameras, the champagne, and Chief Adebayo's possessive smile. The room was cold, silent, just the muffled sounds of jazz and expensive laughter echoing from the grand hall. Ololade gripped Rola's hands, her eyes wide, heart racing. Ololade whispered, "Babe, I can't do this." "Can't do what?" Rola questioned. "I can't go ahead with this engagement. We don't love each other, Rola. I don't love him, and I know he doesn't love me either. We both know what this is, a major, not a marriage." Rola stared at her in disbelief, voice rising with panic. "Are you crazy, Ololade? You want to walk out now? Tonight? What the hell is this? Because of Daniel? You think that man can offer you what Chief gives you?" Ololade reached into her purse and pulled out the heavy diamond-encrusted engagement ring she already removed from her finger. She pressed it into Rola's palm. "Take it. Return it to him. I'm leaving. And don't ask me where I'm going. I won't tell you. But next week, I'll be in the UK, starting over. I need to live my life. For me." "Ololade, please. Chief won't take this lightly. You don't walk away from a man like Adebayo Oladele and just vanish." But Ololade was already walking toward the back exit of the restroom. Her heels echoed against the marble floor, a red gown trailing behind her like spilled wine. She didn't look back, and in moments, she was gone. The engagement party continued, but the bride-to-be was nowhere to be found. Whispers started like ripples in a still lake. Is she changing her outfit? Did she fall ill? But when Chief returned to the hall alone, stone-faced, drink in hand, everyone understood something was wrong. He said nothing, just signaled to Gary, his closest enforcer. The party ended in silence while he continued drinking, his business ruined. He kicked the air. He was angry. Meanwhile, same night, inside the maid's room, Adana sat on a small bed, folding towels, devastated because she thought that after the engagement and the marriage, this would stop. But no, someone knocked on her door. "Chief wants to see you." Now, her hands trembled. She stood slowly, tying her wrapper tighter. The room smelled of old whiskey and burning cigars. Bookshelves lined the walls. A single chair faced the window. Chief didn't turn around. "Sit down." She sat. His voice was low, calm. "Chief Oladale, Const. Do you know what loyalty means, Adana?" She didn't answer. He turned, walked toward her and had his way, like he has been doing for months now. One morning, Adana knelt by the toilet, vomiting again. It had been 3 days. Her body was weak, her heart terrified. Chief noticed her that night. She hadn't flinched at his touch. Instead, she seemed still, almost resigned. That wasn't like her. Suspicious, Chief summoned a nurse. A quick test. Minutes later, the result was clear. Adana was pregnant. Chief's glass shattered against the floor. He was furious. "Pay her! Send her away!" he ordered. But Adana didn't leave. Where would she go? Her home had burned to ashes when she was 4. Her entire family gone in one night. An uncle dropped her at an orphanage and vanished. From there, she was sent to Chief's house. No family, no friends, no place to run. Just a baby growing inside her, and the mansion that had become her prison. Chief left on a 2-week business trip. When he returned, Adana was still in the house. "Why are you still here?" he demanded. For the first time, Adana spoke. "I have nowhere to go, no family, no home." That night, Chief took her again, over and over, without a plan, without care. She was not his concern. One day, Adana found courage. She approached Gary, Chief's trusted enforcer. "I need help," she whispered. She told him everything, the abuse, the pregnancy. Gary was not a patient man, but he listened. He promised to help her, somewhere safe to stay until the baby came. But there was a price. Adana agreed. That evening, she left with Gary. For the first time, she took what wasn't hers. She did it for her baby. Adana stayed in a small flat Gary, arranged in the outskirts of Lagos. It was nothing like the mansion, but it was quiet, safe. For the first time, she slept without fear. Months passed. Her belly grew, and so did her silence. She never asked about Gary's deal. She just waited. One night, Gary came with a brown envelope. "Chief thinks you ran," he said. "He's not looking. But this is the end of my help." Inside the envelope were a few naira notes, a SIM card, and an address. "I kept my word," Gary muttered. "Now you keep yours." Then he left. Alone again, Adana stared at the address. It led to a women's shelter, quiet, hidden. She checked in under a false name, and a few weeks later, she gave birth. A baby boy, a son, a reason to live. She named him Chimdi. God lives. The sun rose quietly over the shelter. Birds chirped outside. Inside, Adana sat by the window with Chimdi in her arms. He was barely a week old, but already her world revolved around his tiny breath. She had nothing, no job, no family, no promises. But she had him, and that was enough. She cleaned floors at a nearby restaurant during the day, carrying Chimdi on her back in a wrapper. At night, she read donated books from the shelter's small shelf, whispering words of hope over her son. Years passed. Chimdi grew fast, strong, curious, always asking questions. Adana enrolled in evening classes. Slowly, painfully, she finished secondary school. Then a scholarship came through the shelter, a rare blessing. She took it. She studied nursing, then midwifery. Eventually, Adana and Chimdi moved into a small rented room of their own. It still wasn't much, but this time, it was hers and his. Every day she reminded him, "You're not a mistake, my son. You're my miracle." Chimdi smiled and said it back. "God lives, Mama." "I know." Adana kept working, day by day, shift by shift, to survive and care for her beloved son. Life was not easy, but she never complained. She started as a community nurse, visiting homes, offering care with gentle hands and a kind heart. It wasn't glamorous, but it mattered. Then one day, life surprised her. While attending to a patient in one of the neighborhoods, she looked up, and there he was, Gary. Years had passed, but he recognized her instantly. The fragile girl he once helped had become a strong, graceful woman. He was stunned, moved, and for the first time, speechless. They talked for a long time, and after that day, he kept coming back, sometimes just to talk, sometimes just to listen. Slowly, their friendship rekindled, and over time, something deeper began to grow. One evening, he took her hand and asked, "Adana, will you marry me?" She shook her head gently. "No, Gary, I can't. Not now. My son is my only future. I cannot allow any distractions. He needs all of me." Gary respected her decision. She stayed focused, steady, and her hard work paid off. A better job came, more pay, more stability, and Chimdi, now older, began to take a deeper interest in her work. He would ask endless questions about health, the body, and how medicine worked. One day, he looked at her and said, "Mama, I want to help people like you do. I want to be a doctor." Gary heard this and came to her again, not to ask for her hand this time, but to make a promise. "Let me train the boy. Let me do this for him and for you." This time, Adana didn't say no. She simply nodded, her eyes filled with quiet gratitude. Chimdi grew into a fine, sensible young man, diligent, respectful, and deeply compassionate. While other boys his age chased temporary things, he chased excellence. Medicine consumed him, not for glory, but for purpose. He never forgot the nights his mother worked till her fingers bled, or how she carried him on her back while mopping hospital floors. With Gary's quiet but steady support, Chimdi finished medical school. He graduated with honors, wearing a wide smile and tears in his eyes as he held his certificate. Adana couldn't speak. She only wept, proud, grateful tears. "My God is alive," she whispered, "just like your name, my son, Chimdi." Years later, mother and son opened a clinic, then a full hospital. A modest but beautiful two-story building in the heart of the community that once overlooked her. The sign above the door read, "Chimdi Grace Medical Center, where hope heals." Adana managed the maternity wing. Chimdi handled the surgeries and emergency care. Gary, now a calm, steady father figure, oversaw logistics and administration. The hospital became a refuge. Women who once had no voice now had care. Children born into hardship were welcomed into a place of safety. Every life they touched was a piece of Adana's redemption story. Then, one rainy Thursday afternoon, a commotion broke at the emergency entrance. A man had collapsed on the way to the airport. He was unconscious, his breathing shallow. Nurses wheeled him in fast. Chimdi was already in scrubs when he pulled the curtain back and froze. There, lying pale and fragile on the hospital bed, was Chief, older, weaker, but unmistakably the same man from a life they had buried long ago. He looked nothing like the lion he once was. And outside the room, Adana stood silently, her hands trembling slightly, her breath shallow, staring at the man who once ruined her life. But this time, the power was hers. Chimdi knew. He checked the name again and again. Her mother has told him everything he needs to know. He checked the vitals, composed but shaken. "We need to stabilize him," he said quietly to the nurses. "Get oxygen, fluids, and page the cardiologist, now." Adana stood in the doorway, still as stone. The years hadn't erased the scars, but they had taught her strength. She watched as her son, the boy born from sorrow, now fought to save the very man who once discarded them both. Later that evening, Chief regained consciousness. His eyes opened slowly, adjusting to the pale hospital light. He turned, confused, taking in the room until they landed on her, Adana, mature, graceful, clothed in quiet dignity. Not the frightened girl from years ago. She didn't speak at first, just stood there, steady. Finally, Chief whispered, "Adana?" She nodded. A long silence passed. He said, voice cracking, "I thought you were gone." "I was," she replied, calm but firm. "But God brought me back." Chief's eyes filled with tears. Weak and broken, he began to sob. "I did you wrong. I destroyed so much. I don't deserve to be here." She turned to leave, but paused at the door. "My son saved your life today. The boy you never wanted. The boy I raised while scrubbing floors. He's a doctor now. And this hospital, we built it." Chief covered his face, shame heavy like a stone, and she walked away. In the hallway, Chimdi stood, waiting. He looked at her face, unsure what had been said, but sensing the weight of it. "You okay, Mama?" she exhaled. Yes, I am Chim. They walked down the corridor together, mother and son, past the nursery windows glowing with new life. The past no longer held them. The future was theirs to write. Months passed. Chief recovered slowly, but he was no longer the man he once was. His wealth had vanished. The influence he once wielded had faded into whispers. Each day, as he walked the corridors of the hospital built by the very people he once discarded, he saw a mirror of what could have been if pride hadn't stood taller than love. He watched Adana, graceful, respected, unshaken. Not once did she gloat. She didn't seek revenge. She chose something far more powerful. She chose healing, and in that choice, she found peace. Chimdi continued to shine, not just in his skill with a scalpel, but in his gentleness with patience, his integrity, and his unwavering compassion. The hospital didn't grow through ads or campaigns, but through the quiet, powerful testimony of those who had been touched. They care here, they listen, they heal. At the heart of it all stood Adana, the girl once broken, now a beacon. Women came to her not only for care but for courage. Young girls gathered around her, learning far more than medicine. They learned strength, they learned grace, they learned they mattered, and through it all, Gary remained by her side. He never rushed, never demanded. He simply loved, silently, faithfully. And over time, without grand declarations, they became a family, not perfect, but whole. Their story taught many things. That pain may shape you, but it does not have to define you. That a single act of kindness, like a man offering shelter years ago, can ripple through generations. That children born in adversity are not burdens. They are often the very answers to whispered prayers. That forgiveness is not surrender, but wisdom dressed in strength. And above all, that God is alive, still walking in hospital hallways, broken homes, and forgotten hearts. And that legacy had a name, Chimdi, because truly, God is indeed alive.
Daniel, your sperm is very good.
Wait, what? That's what she told me. What? And no, she wasn't flirting. She wasn't smiling either. She said it like someone delivering news of national importance. Like she was proud. Like she was impressed. Like I should be honored. But let me take you back. Before that moment, my name is Daniel S., born and raised in Ifo, Ogun State. First son of a petty trader and a father I've only seen twice. My whole life was survival, from selling pure water at junctions to washing plates at Mama Nkechi's buka. But I was smart. Smart enough to make it to University of Ibadan. Smart enough to earn a partial scholarship, but smart doesn't buy food, or books, or painkillers when you've been running on fumes for 2 days. So I donated blood. 5,500 naira per pint, twice a month, until the nurse told me, "Young man, your blood is thin. Stop before you collapse and die." I laughed like it was a joke. But that night, when I fainted outside Kenneth Dyke Library, I knew it wasn't funny anymore. My roommate, Uche, final year, big mouth, always chewing gum, he laughed when I told him, "Guy, blood is for amateurs. You know sperm sells more than what you are doing?" I blinked. "You'd a joke. I swear down. You go shock. Just carry your ID card and healthy body. Now quick money." I didn't believe him until he showed me a screenshot. 50,000 naira. Just like that. Well, it's because mine is quality, correct one, so it depends on what you carry. My legs started walking before my mind caught up. It sounded wrong, but it also sounded like 50,000 naira per donation. That night, I Googled it on my borrowed MTN midnight data plan. It was real, documented, safe, and they needed donors, healthy, smart, young men from the university, like me. The following morning, I was there. The air in UCH smelled like antiseptic in quiet sorrow. The receptionist, without much fuss, directed me to the fertility and reproductive unit. A nurse welcomed me. Warm, professional, director. She handed me a form. Name, age, last sexual activity, medical history, family background, GPA. I looked up. She nodded. Apparently intelligence matters. They wanted genetic quality. I just smiled. I know I go past that one. I be sharp guy now. Then came the blood sample. Genetic screening. Semen analysis, followed by a small white collection cup with a blue lid. This is getting serious. They gave me a private room. Inside, a bottle of hand sanitizer, some jelly-like cream, and 2 laminated photos of women I didn't recognize. No instructions, no pressure, just expectation. I was told results would take 2 days. If I passed, I'd get a silent alert. If not, nothing. And the amount? It would depend on what they found. So I went in, did what I had to do, alone, focused. But I won't lie. The feeling wasn't good. There was no pride in it, no pleasure, just survival, standing between me and 2 more years left of the University of Ibadan. So I went back to my normal activities and started counting 2 days in hours. After 40 hours, I got the money, 80,000 naira. This wasn't just an alert. It was an alarm. What did I even give them? I wasn't sure if I should tell Uche, my roommate, so I kept my distance and my mouth short. I bought food, paid my departmental dues, printed assignments, bought mama paracetamol, and enough data to video call me on WhatsApp. And every few weeks, I returned. It became part of my life. No shame, no questions, just survival until the 4th visit, when the lab technician smiled and said those things. I can't even repeat them. Gotta beg, ooh. Your sperm say what? Very active key? I laughed nervously. Are you saying someone might use it? She nodded gently. They already have. Anonymity is protected. But just know, somewhere in Lagos or Kaduna or even India or right here in Ibadan, a couple might be holding a child who carries part of you. I froze. All I could say was, something fluttered in my chest. Not pride, not fear, something in between. But because, for the first time, my body wasn't just mine. It had created something, maybe even someone, a tiny heartbeat, a life I would never meet, but might be out there, breathing, growing, asking questions. I mean, look at me. I'm just a boy trying to feed himself through school. My mother never truly understood education. When I got into the University of Ibadan to study mechanical engineering for 5 years, she frowned and said, "Mechanic, no, they take 5 years. Nah, just follow 1 for junction. You go, Sabiam in 2. How do you explain engineering to a woman who never crossed the gate of a school? And my father? He was a ghost in daylight. He came when I was 4, returned briefly when my younger brother was born, and then vanished for good. My mom had me and my brother for him. Later, she had 2 girls for another man. No weddings, no commitment, just raw, relentless survival. She raised 4 of us alone, waking before sunrise, balancing baskets of pepper and onions on her head at Kedu Market, fighting through noise, heat, and heartbreak. No man beside her, no rest, no help. So me, I couldn't afford to fail. Even when the image of that laminated photo haunted me after every hospital visit, even when the shame crawled into my chest like cold water, I kept going, because this was about food, about school, about living. But then, something happened. It was a Sunday morning. Uche had graduated, so I finally had the room to myself. I was lying on my mattress, scrolling through WhatsApp statuses, until I saw one that made me freeze. It was a girl in my department. She just attended a naming ceremony. In the photo, a well-dressed woman in her mid-40s, glowing in white lace, beaming as she cradled 2 newborns, wrapped in identical blue and pink shawls, twins, Beside her, standing tall in Agbada, was a man holding the babies with so much pride, it felt like the world had finally paid him back in full. The caption said, "After 15 years of waiting, the Lord gave us double for our shame. Welcome, our miracle twins." I was about to swipe up, but something about the man. I paused, zoomed in. My heart slammed against my ribs. That was my father. I was just looking at him, the man I'd only seen twice in my life, my father. But then, something else caught my eye in the next group photo. A lady. She stood beside the mother holding one of the babies, smiling politely, dressed in red. Wait, what? I leaned in closer. It was her. The sweet nurse from UCH, same gentle eyes, same neat cornrows. The one who handed me the form, took my sample and said, "Strong donors like you change lives." I went dizzy. I stared at that photo. Father, wife, twins. Twins that looked not like him, but like me. No, please, this is delusional. Even my stubborn hairline. Ha! Everything inside me started spinning. I remembered her words again. Just know, somewhere in Lagos or Kaduna, or even right here in Ibadan, a couple might be holding a child who carries part of you, but not just some couple. Him, my father. The man who walked away from my mother, who didn't raise me, who only showed up twice. And now, I snapped back to reality. It wasn't only me who donated. I told myself to calm down. I'd signed the contract. Well, and not that I needed a child of my own. Not now. But anger flared inside me. I kicked the air, then tried to steady myself. So I took a screenshot of that pictures. The next day I called the lab. "Can I come in for another sperm donation?" No more shame. That one was far gone. "Oh, Daniel, yes, you can come around." She checked her schedule and booked me in right away. That evening I walked into UCH with a practiced smile. I greeted the nurse, pretty, witty. "Can we have a date after work?" I blurted out. She laughed and said, "Today? Okay, today is fine. I close at 6 p.m. When my appointment finished, I lingered close enough to walk her out. I made small talk, asked about her dreams. She had said she wanted to go to university and study biochemistry. "I can put you through," I offered. "No problem," she replied with a warm smile. We went on that date, and another night we even caught a movie together. Slowly she loosened up and began to share. "I didn't go to university straight away," she frowned. "It was my aunt's useless old husband. He made advances at me, and when I declined, he made sure my aunt didn't send me to the uni. 'You can keep carrying your family,' she would mention every time my sister wanted help. So I ended up studying lab tech at 04 Poly, just O&D. Useless man. He has every disease you can think of. Couldn't even impregnate his own wife. If not for me, she'd never have had her twins." She suddenly paused as if the memory was too sharp. I held her hand. "Don't worry," I said gently. "You'll still follow your dream." Even me was shocked by what I heard. Even me I shock, and then it clicked. Her sister's my father's wife, so I got even closer to her. What would you do if you were in my shoes? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. Watch out for part 2. Even me I shock, and then it clicked. Her sister's my father's wife, so I got even closer to her. I don't know why, but I drew near. Maybe curiosity, maybe revenge, maybe something else. Sophie is beautiful, as you can see, but that wasn't it. Not really. She's smart, ambitious, real, the kind of person who would thrive if just given a chance. But relationships, they've never been in my top 50. Honestly, I've never even tried. No serious ones, no commitment. But something about Sophie pulled me in. Was it her laugh, her fire, Or was it the question that kept haunting me? Could those twins be the product of my donation? That possibility, that tiny, nagging, what if? Was my blood now part of his one family taboo? I wasn't sure what I wanted to do with the thought. A part of me wanted to dig deep, to unravel everything, to confront him if it turned out to be true. Maybe even haunt him with the truth because he neglected us, his duty as a father. But another part of me wanted to let it go, let sleeping dogs lie. Still, whichever direction life was pointing, I stayed close to Sophie. By now I was seeing her 4 times a week, Mondays after work, Wednesdays for lunch, Fridays for movies, Sundays just to sit and talk. And we talked, really talked. She was easy to be with. We joked. We teased each other. She'd sometimes punch my arm and call me Daniel the donor. And I'd call her Nurse Sophie. We'd laugh. But beneath it, I was watching, listening, thinking. What does she know? Does she suspect? Then one night, we got deeper. We were sitting in a quiet corner of a shawarma joint eating suya and drinking zobo. She asked me, Daniel, if you had a chance to do life again, what would you change? I smiled and said, maybe I'd ask you out sooner. She laughed, but I could not see something flicker in her eyes. Then she said, I would have gone to university. I wanted biochemistry, not lab tech. And that's when I told her, why not still go? It's not too late. I can help. At first she resisted, but slowly she opened up. She told me again about that man, her aunt's husband, my father. She still didn't know he was my father. She said, that man ruined things for me. He made my auntie hate me, twisted the story, lied. She paused. My heart skipped. We have same enemy. I kept a straight face, but my mind was screaming. That night, as I dropped her off at her junction, I asked casually, do you ever see your sister and the kids? She nodded. Yeah, they're planning a birthday soon. You should come. Me? Inside my head, enter that house? Stand in my father in his house? With his wife? And my possible biological twins? I forced a smile. Sure, I said. Let me know when. And from there, things got even more complicated. I didn't mean it, not fully, but something in me wanted to go, not for the food or cake, not even for the twins. I wanted to see him, the man who gave me life, then abandoned it. That whole week I couldn't focus. Sophie texted on Wednesday. Birthday's on Saturday. Come hungry, LOL. I stared at the message for 5 whole minutes. By Friday, I convinced myself I was being dramatic, but still, I found myself Googling how to identify your biological child without a DNA test. I arrived Saturday, late, fashionably, on purpose, didn't want to look eager. Sophie met me outside. She looked beautiful in a casual Ankara dress with sneakers. You came, she smiled, and that smile, it disarmed me again. Inside the house, kids were everywhere, screaming, laughing, holding balloons and party packs. I scanned the room, and there he was, my father, sitting tired at one corner. And there, Sophie's sister, trying to organize things he hadn't seen me yet. Good. My chest tightened, like all the oxygen had left the room. Then I saw them, the twins, a boy and a girl in matching denim and red tees. Jumping on a couch, chasing bubbles, one of them turned, and I swear, my mother's eyes, right there. My hands started sweating. I looked away quickly. Sophie nudged me. Come say hi to my sister. And just like that, it was time. And there she was, her sister, smiling, graceful, unbothered. Meet Daniel, Sophie said cheerfully. He's a friend, a good one. Her sister gave me a polite hug. Nice to meet you, she said. Her eyes scanned me quickly, then drifted off. Not curious, not suspicious. And then, my father, still tall, still loud, still commanding the room like a man who'd never failed at anything but very weak. His eyes landed on me, just for a second. No flicker, no emotion, no recognition. I swallowed hard, forced a nod. He nodded back, then looked away. But then he looked back, just briefly. His eyes narrowed, and for a moment he looked confusion, but he said nothing, just smiled faintly. Like I was some random +1 his niece brought along. I laughed in my head. Maybe he didn't recognize me. Maybe he forgot what his own son looked like. Or maybe I looked too much like the past he buried. The rest of the party felt like a slow dream. I saw him gently carrying the twins, although he looks considerably tired and weak. Sophie was everywhere, helping with the grill, wiping chocolate off a kid's face, making people laugh. And me? I just stood there, taking it all in, smiling when I had to, clapping during the games, but my mind was somewhere else. Why did I come here? To prove something? To spy? To heal? Later, as we sat outside near the fence eating leftover suya, Sophie leaned in and whispered, "You've been quiet." I looked at her, and I knew I couldn't keep this up forever, but not today. "Just soaking it all in," I said. She smiled. "Don't go disappearing. This kid's really like you." And that hit harder than I expected. They have been coming around me. I watched them from the corner of my eye, racing around with toy trucks in the dusk light. And suddenly, I didn't know if I was a stranger or something more. I went home that night, disappointed. He didn't recognize me, not a flinch, not a pause, just a polite nod, like I was some stranger who came for free suya. Sophie's text came in. "Thanks for coming. The twins are obsessed with you." I didn't respond. Couldn't. The next day I went to see my mom. "This is not what I want discussed on phone." "Mummy, when last did you speak with my father?" Her hands still. "Your father?" The words curled like smoke from a dying fire. "Yes, him." "Why that question?" A brittle laugh. "Am I not enough for you?" "He doesn't look for you people," she said, slamming the cupboard. "So why will I? You're finishing school. You don't need anyone." "I want him at my graduation," I said coldly. Her head snapped up. "What? Where is this coming from?" "Why now? Tell him. His son is graduating next month. I want him there." Her eyes flickered. Hurt, then fury. "He doesn't deserve it." "Maybe not." I met her gaze, "but I do." For once, I let the ache speak. No more pretending. I never planned for it to happen this way. Sophie and I weren't dating, at least not officially, but we talked every single day, laughed through the nights, shared everything. She lived alone now, in the boys' quarters behind her sister's house. Just one room, a tiny kitchen, and a toilet that overlooked the main house. But somehow it was always warm in there, always full of light, just like her. Then her admission letter came in. University of Ibadan, biochemistry. She was over the moon, screaming, dancing, said she'd be matriculating the same week I was graduating. She kept saying it was fate, that God brought us together at the right time. And that evening, I don't know. Maybe it was the way her eyes sparkled under the bulb outside the room, or the way she laughed while burning the plantain in her tiny frying pan. I just looked at her, and everything in me said it. "I love you, Sophie." It came out before I could think. She froze, turned slowly, and then smiled. Not shocked, just soft, quiet, like her heart had been waiting. "I love you too, Daniel," she said. And in that moment, the world melted away. We didn't plan it. We didn't rush it. But that night, in that tiny room with one flickering bulb, we did it, for the first time, like it will be the last. Skin against skin. It was gentle, real, sacred even. Not just bodies. It felt like souls touching. Afterwards, she rested her head on my chest, and we just laid there, still, safe, home. But as the night stretched on, and her breathing softened in sleep, my mind wandered, because tomorrow she would see him, the man who abandoned me, the same man her family never forgave, my father. And suddenly, I wasn't sure what would break first, the truth or her heart. Graduation day came. The sun was bright. Too bright, honestly. My gown felt heavy, my chest even heavier. Sophie was by my side, beautiful, proud, glowing. I introduced her to my family, my mom, my younger brother, and my two sisters from another father. They all adored her. She fit right in, like she'd always been part of us. My friends were there too, laughing, taking pictures, pouring drinks into plastic cups. Everyone seemed happy. But me, I kept looking over my shoulder, scanning the crowd. He didn't come, I knew it. But still, It stung. My mom leaned in and whispered, "I told him, ooh." I honestly did, and I believed her. She said it like someone who really tried. I forced a smile, nodded, and then Sophie came to me quietly, holding out her phone. Her face was pale. "My sister just called," she said. Her voice was shaky, her hands trembling. I read the text. "He fainted. They rushed him to UCH. He was dressing up to leave. He said it was an important even when it happened." It took a second for me to register. Her sister's husband, my father, collapsed. I looked at her. "I'll go with you." She shook her head fast. "Number, stay with your family, with your friends. Leave that irresponsible man." But I couldn't. Not this time. I turned to my mother and said, "I want to go. I want to see that irresponsible man." She paused, confused, but I didn't blink. My siblings followed quietly. Sophie stood frozen, statued. Then we left. For the hospital. We got to the hospital, my heart pounding. Sophie stayed quiet beside me as we waited in the cold, sterile hallway. The bright lights couldn't warm the heaviness in the air. Finally, Sophie's sister came out, her face pale, eyes red from crying. "He's stable for now," the doctor said, she said softly. "But it's serious. His organs are failing. He has HPV, human papillomavirus, which has developed to throat cancers. Well, we know this. It's been 5 years now. They say he has only a few days, maybe weeks, but for now he's stable." I swallowed hard, the bitter truth settling deep in my chest. I asked, "Can I see him alone?" They were shocked, but they said, "Go on." Inside, my father lay weak and fragile, barely holding on. He looked up as I entered the room. His eyes were dim, but then they widened, fixating on me. "Daniel," his voice was weak, shaking. "Is it really you?" He knew because I was in my matriculation gown? I didn't answer. I just stepped closer. He reached out with trembling hands and I took them in mine, feeling the years of pain and absence in that fragile grip. I wanted to scream, to ask why, to say how much he hurt us, know me. But all I could whisper was, "I'm here." For once, the silence between us was heavy with everything left unsaid. Then footsteps came, others entering the room. They all came in, my mom, my siblings, Sophie, and my father's wife. And suddenly the room changed. He looked up, stunned. His eyes moved from one face to another, confusion giving way to disbelief. Then something deeper. Recognition. "Daniel," he said again, his voice cracking as he turned to my mom. "Miriam, I'm sorry." He began to cry. His wife moved closer to him, gently holding his shoulder. "He told me," she said through tears and a soft smile. "We planned to come looking for you, and now you're here." Sophie looked at me in shock. "Your father?" I nodded gently. He reached out weakly toward my mom. She didn't move, but her eyes did, and a single tear slipped down her cheek after years of silence. "I was a coward," he whispered. "I failed you. I failed all of you." He pleaded. I quickly stepped in. "I love you, Daddy, and we forgive you." Even though my heart had carried that ache for years, I had already forgiven him. So I hugged him again, and that made all the difference. That hug said what words never could. That hug held every missed birthday, every silent night, every question left unanswered. From that day on, I came to see him every day at the hospital. And we talked, really talked. In 48 days, I told him everything I had done in my 28 years. And in 48 days, he told me everything I needed to know. And I believed him. I was his son, his brother, and his confidant for 48 days. He was a father to me for 48 days. But it was real, and it was enough. And then, one day, he was gone. No chaos, no noise, just peace. And I know this in my soul. He didn't die empty. He didn't die with guilt. He didn't die lonely. And I didn't leave anything unsaid. Sometimes healing doesn't look like a perfect ending. It looks like showing up, holding on, and letting go. And that's what we did, together. For every family, every true friendship, and every nation in conflict, we can fix it. We can forgive. We can seat and have the talk of peace and way forward. It may not bring back what was lost, but it will shape what's to come. If this story moved you, please like, comment, and share. Your support fuels us to keep bringing you mind-blowing stories like this.
You ever seen a baby brought into the world to the sound of WizKid blasting in a strip club? No? Then you've never met me. My name is TJ, Toby Jr., and I was raised by a stripper. And no, I don't mean in spite of her job. I mean she raised me right there, behind the flashing lights, the smell of sweat and perfume, and the clink of dirty Naira notes sliding into thongs. But let's rewind. That is my mother. Her name? Precious. But nobody called her that. They called her Fire. Because when she danced, men burned. She wasn't just a stripper. She ran the whole club. Boss lady. Mama of the night. Sharp mouth. Sharper heels. She didn't love anybody, except the cash and the cocktails. And she never planned to keep the baby.
Fire slumped in a cheap red plastic chair, eyes hollow. Her baby, wrapped in a faded towel, lay on the makeup table. "A beg? Now who won't carry this boy?" she muttered, lighting a cigarette with one hand while still bleeding. That's when Tonya, one of her girls, tall, dark, with the attitude of someone who had buried shame years ago, laughed and said, "Na boy? Ah, keep 'em, Jer. Boy no dey suffer. Na him go dey use girls later, Seth. Karma no fit catch 'em."
And just like that, they kept me. Not because they loved me. Not because they wanted to be mothers. But because I was a boy. And in their twisted minds, boys were born immune to pain. And that is me, Tobachukwu Precious, born 16th, January 2005. You know how people always say, your environment doesn't define you. Lieutenant, the club didn't just define me, it built me, brick by brick, base by base. Every light, every scream, every lie my mother told the world, they carved my world too. That place, that was my house, where the front door opened, straight into a strip club. And my school, just across the street. The walk from home to school took in 2 minutes, but it felt like 12 years of shame. I was 8 when I realized my mother's life was not the life mothers should live. Club lights still blinked from the night before. The music long gone, but the smell still there. Perfume, sweat, gin, regret. A faded sign above the door read, Club Diamond Nights, ladies free before 9 p.m. That glowing embarrassment sat right above my head as I wore my worn-out school uniform. Khaki shirt too tight, socks drooping, eyes buried in the ground. And the boys from my school, they'd wait at the corner just to laugh. Ah, see stripper peeking. Boya now, dance for us small na. Now you go inherit the pole, Abi. And the girls? No mercy. He fine, but he dey disgrace. Me I know fit date pick and wait him. They spray money on top him mama yanch. Every laugh, a wound. Every joke, a scar. I remember one day, a decent man, maybe the only decent one, came into the club looking for my mom. I ran to him, hugged him. Are you my daddy? He smiled, awkward. The girls laughed. And my mother, she found it funny. Later that day, she pulled me aside and said, You dey find your papa? That man? He's the reason they never shut this club down. He's not your father, I beg.
One day, I was in secondary school. One of my teachers showed up for me. Mrs. Sarah, new teacher at my secondary school. She had just also moved to the area. She had that fresh kind of hope, the type that hadn't yet been crushed. plain gown, Bible smile, she walked right up to Fire, my mother, standing seated by the corner at the bar, drink in one hand, judgment in the other. Good afternoon, Ma. I've been meaning to speak with you about Toby, Mrs. Sarah said softly. Eh? Wait till he do again. Abhi he fight? She replied. No, not at all. He's quiet. Very quiet. But I noticed he's withdrawn. The other children, they tease him a lot. I think a change of school might help. Maybe one down the other road. A new environment, you know. Fire smiled. The kind of smile you give when you know too much and care too little. Auntie teacher, no vex. How many teachers you sabi, we don't build too self-contained from teaching. Tell me now. Fire barked. Mrs. Sarah blinked. That one enter like slap. This work you de judge? Naim de feed me. Naim de feed my pikin. Dem fit insult them. But my boy de chop belly full. Some of una teachers no even fit pay NEPA bill, she said, her eyes wide open. It's not just about feeding, it's about... Mrs. Sarah could not even finish. Fire cutting her off hard. My dear, go teach inside your class. Leave my pikin matter for me. Conversation over. You see, for Fire, respect wasn't love. It wasn't kindness. It was square meters and cement blocks. You build a house, you earn her respect. She didn't care if my soul was cracking, as long as her walls stood tall. She never knew I cried more than I ate. She didn't know I begged for school holidays to end, just so I could hide among strangers.
In the middle of that noise, the club music, the laughter, the insults, Mrs. Sarah became my peace. She saw me, not the stripper peeking, not the boy in oversized hand-me-downs. Me. She didn't just teach math and social studies. She taught me how to sit with my shoulders straight, how to look someone in the eye and say thank you, how to walk away from trouble, even when trouble spit in your face. People say, I have sense, common sense. If I do, it's because of her. She was the first person who made me believe I could be something more than the club's echo, more than Fire's sun. Mrs. Sarah said I had light in me. But light needs space to shine, doesn't it? She left when I was just 14. Said she and her husband had patched things up. Lagos was calling. She cried when she hugged me goodbye. Gave me her address, said, don't lose it, Toby. You may need it one day. I didn't know what to do with it. So I folded it neatly and kept it in my diary. Still there. I finished secondary school at 16. But Fire made it clear, no more school. She said, make them train you as bartender. Better pass roaming streets. Don't get me wrong. I'm not against getting skill. But bartending in a strip club? That's not the life I want to live. Still, I continued. There was always one group or the other. Some of them, the same boys who used to mock me back in school. Stripper pickin', pole prince. Now they sit at the bar like kings, ordering drinks with borrowed pride. See, I was trained how to serve it hot. Not temperature-o, I mean high. Extra alcohol. Sometimes a little something on the side. Some called it a confidence booster. Others knew it as liquid madness. Especially for the small boys coming to form big men. The goal? Get them drunk enough to start spending on other services. But me? I couldn't do it. So instead, I diluted it, watered it down, removed the high. not because I cared about them, but I don't know. One evening, a group of those same boys sat down, reeking of cologne and cheap ego. One of them said, "Guy, that Rosie babe, her thing they smell like fish market." The other laughed and replied, "I tell you, me just they manage. That purple owned Fresh Pass." They cackled like it was sport. I stood behind the bar, but my jaw was clenched. I gripped the towel like it was the only thing keeping me from throwing the whole bottle at them. Same boys that dragged me like cord, now dragging women like meat on a butcher's table. This one tight, that one loose. I give her 4/10. I hated every word, but I served the drinks anyway, because in here, anger doesn't have price tag. TJ, you they craze? These children don't they complain too much? Which kind mix you they give them? My mother stormed. The way I was taught, I said in fear. Then how them go still they say Toto they smell? If them don't hide properly, who they know to smell? She hissed, adjusted her wig, and stormed off, muttering I couldn't stand the complaints anymore. Boys coming in, talking about girls like meat, gone bad. So I googled, yes, from someone's phone, pineapple. The internet said, among other things. One day, I saw a lady hawking pineapple slices down the road, the kind packed in transparent nylons with toothpicks. I asked if she could bring some to the shop. Then I told the girls, carefully, respectfully, that pineapple helps keep their body fresh. I don't know how I got the confidence. Maybe I was tired of hearing filth. And it worked. The complaints reduced. Some of them would hand me leftovers. I'd keep it in the big fridge with the beers. Then I started blending it, just to preserve it, just so it wouldn't waste. Then one day, one of the girls asked, TJ, that juice yesterday, you still get? I handed her a bottle. That was the first customer. After that, I began bottling it for real and saving the money at the rooftop. I didn't know what I was doing. I wasn't trying to be a businessman. I was just trying to fix a problem. But somehow, the juice became more than a solution.
Oh na na na, I see the fire. Mama they spin money, they wire. No lullaby, only club speaker. But they breathe, they fire. Born in the night, oh mama they grind. Smoke in the air.
The complaints reduced. Some of them would hand me leftovers. I'd keep it in the big fridge with the beers. Then I started blending it, just to preserve it, just so it wouldn't waste. Then one day, one of the girls asked, TJ, that juice yesterday, you still get? I handed her a bottle. That was the first customer. After that, I began bottling it for real and saving the money at the rooftop. I didn't know what I was doing. I wasn't trying to be a businessman. I was just trying to fix a problem. But somehow, the juice became more than a solution. One day, I saw an advert on TV about a grant for young people with business ideas. The amount they mentioned was huge, too huge. But that wasn't what caught me. I just wanted an escape from the club, away from fire. I grabbed a pen, scribbled the number and email. This time, I had phone. My mother got to monitor things. So I sent a mail and a text was simple saying, my name is TJ. I want to start selling pineapple juice. One day, the phone rang. It was from the grant. Can you do a better proposal? I told him honestly, sir, I don't know how to. They promised to see what they can do, and I thanked them deeply. And then, I forgot all about it. Until 3 months later, when I received a text inviting me to come present my business idea, venue, Ikoyi, Lagos. I told myself loudly, I'm not going. Over and over again, I'm not going anywhere. Until one evening, when I went to the rooftop to drop my savings. It was quiet. Then, like a whisper in the wind, I heard a small voice inside me say, go. And suddenly, I remembered Mrs. Sarah. She had told me, if you're ever in Lagos, come find us. The following morning, I grabbed my savings, her address, switched off my phone, and left. Off to Lagos, my legs trembled, but I went. When I arrived, Lagos was chaos. Hot, loud, confusing. I kept asking people for directions until I found her place, only to be told they had moved 3 years ago. To where? I screamed. To where? I wept right there on the street. A woman nearby came over. I explained in tears. She smiled gently and said, "Let's go. They have moved to their own house. I'll take you there." That was the best day of my life. When Mrs. Sarah saw me, she was shocked, but didn't ask many questions. She took me in, gave me real food, and I told her everything. The grant, the juice, the fear. I think I am stupid. She held my hand and said, "You're not stupid. You're a fighter." Her husband listened quietly as I narrated it all. He didn't look impressed. But when I finished, he said just one thing. "You can always come here." The next morning was the event. Mrs. Sarah gave me her husband's white top and said I could manage the jeans. When I arrived at the venue, I thought I'd be talking to maybe 2 persons in a small room. Then I saw the stage. A huge screen, bright lights, cameras. Someone whispered, "It's being televised." Televised? To where? By who? I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. I paused, heart pounding like a drum. One of the panelists, an older woman with kind eyes, gave me a little nod and said, "Go on, boy." I stepped forward. My name is TJ. I'm 19 years old. I finished secondary school at 16, but I couldn't continue. My mother couldn't afford it. Pineapples are seasonal. I want to start juicing them so people can have it even when it's out of season. They didn't look impressed, but I kept going. Then, another lady asked gently, "What inspired you? Who's your target audience?" And that's when my throat tightened. I looked at the crowd. I thought to myself, this is it. I remembered how people treated me in school. How they whispered when they found out what my mother does for a living. I could already hear her voice. "If you say anything, I will kill you." But then I remembered the words from Mrs. Sarah's husband. "You can always come here." So I let down my guard. I said clearly, I was raised by a stripper. Gasps, silence, stillness. I told them how I couldn't further my education because my mother believed education was a waste of time and wouldn't bring in money. I told them my true reason for this juice, the inspiration behind it. That it wasn't just for profit, it was to help strippers. Then, I quickly added, we'll add ginger to help young people with digestion, women with cramps, men with energy. We'll create versions for married couples to refresh love at the dinner table and for kids who need natural alternatives to soda. I poured out my story, the humiliations, my pain, my dreams, all of it. And I said to myself, if this doesn't work, let the worst happen. But I won't leave in fear no more. Then something happened. The entire panel stood up. I thought they were walking out. I felt like fainting, but they clapped. They clapped for me, for Tobechukwu. Tears streamed down my face. That moment, I knew my voice mattered. I wept. Right there, on stage, on live TV, with the mic still in my hand and tears rolling down like a storm I'd been holding in for years. One of the judges came up and whispered, "You are brave, and that courage is rare." Another leaned in, smiling. "Your story isn't just juice. It's hope in a bottle." They told me to wait behind, said someone would speak with me. A tall woman with glasses and a voice like calm water walked in. She said, "We're not just giving you the grant, TJ. We're assigning a full team of business analysts and mentors to walk with you. We believe in you. 24 million naira." I kept staring at the number like it belonged to someone else's life. But it was mine. Real. 24 million naira to build my pineapple juice brand. And it wasn't just for juice. It was for redemption. That night, I lay on a guest bed in Mrs. Sarah's new home. Everything still felt unreal, but I whispered anyway, "Thank you." To God. To the rooftop voice. To the man on the phone who helped me rewrite my proposal. To Mrs. Sarah and every soul that didn't let my light die. Meanwhile, back home, my mother had already reported me missing. "He ran away with my money," she told the police. She She wanted them to find me faster, but someone handed her a newspaper. Teen wins N24 million grant after telling raw life story on live TV. From stripper's son to juice entrepreneur. She froze, stared, read it again. And again, for the first time in her life, she was speechless. If you were raised like me, by someone the world calls a failure, a stripper, an addict, a dropout, a hustler, someone society already threw in the trash before giving them a chance. If you've ever felt stuck, like your last name is shame, like you're carrying a story you didn't ask for, please hear me. Don't give up. Don't let their labels lock you in. You are not your background. You may not have power yet, but you have vision. You have dreams. And that's more than enough to begin. Take the shame and lay it down. You don't need to fight with fists. Fight with focus. You don't need to prove anything loud. Rise quiet and rise strong. Look beyond the pain. Look beyond the names they called you. Look beyond today. Because trust me, they won't see you coming. And when your light starts to shine, not even the darkest past can stop it from blazing.
If you like, hide your secrets, I go call Prophet to unlock it. It all started with one notification. Just one WhatsApp message that popped up while I was in the kitchen, frying plantain. I didn't know my mother had eyes like FBI surveillance. Camera. I just heard her voice shout from the sitting room. What is, can I come over doing on your screen? Who wants to come over? Come over to where? This house? I froze, oil still popping, heart doing backflip. That was how the battle of give me your password began. African mothers don't need Google. They are Google, with Holy Ghost. Data plan. I rushed into the living room with one soggy slice of plantain in my hand, pretending to be calm. Mummy, it's just a friend. From school. She squinted. Male friend or female friend? I replied too fast. Female. Boom. I knew I messed up. She pointed at my phone like it owed her money. Unlock it! The way she said, unlock it, even my iPhone shivered. I held the phone tighter like it was the Holy Grail. Mummy, that's invasion of privacy. Before I could say democracy, she said, is it me you're quoting Constitution for? Did the Constitution buy you that phone? She stood up, tied her wrapper tighter. When African mothers tie wrapper like that, just know your ancestors have entered voicemail. She grabbed her Bible. Bring the phone. If you refuse, I will lay this Bible on your head and command that phone to open by fire. I laughed nervously. Mummy, it doesn't work like that. She shouted, Holy Ghost fire has Bluetooth. It will pair with that your nonsense iPhone. That's how I knew. My mother was spiritually connected to Apple. She started pacing, speaking in tongues. Rabasoto Kayaba, iPhone. I command you in the name of Jesus, reveal your contents. I held my laughter. Because the way she pointed at the phone like it was a demon from her village, I started wondering if maybe she might actually open it with anointing oil. She picked up her phone and dialed my auntie. Auntie Chinwe, that your prophet. That sees everything, what's his name? I want to book emergency appointment. My son is hiding women inside his iPhone. I screamed. Mummy! There's no woman inside, only Netflix and memes. She paused. Okay, let me see the memes. Open it. I realized something that day. Your fingerprint doesn't unlock your phone when you're sweating in fear. My hand was shaking. Face oily. Phone wasn't unlocking. She thought I was resisting. Oh, you've locked it spiritually now. No, Wahala. I'm calling MTN to cancel your SIM, I said. Mummy, how will I call you? She hissed. Why will you call me? Is it not your internet girlfriends you want to be calling? She brought out olive oil from the kitchen. The moment I saw anointing oil beside iPhone 13 Pro Max, I knew my generation had failed. She started pouring small on the screen, muttering prayers. Holy Spirit, enter this phone like you entered the upper room. Mommy, no! It's not waterproof like that! But she didn't care. She was in full deliverance mode. Suddenly she said, Wait, I have solution. I will call your Sunday. School teacher. That one is IT savvy and God-fearing. He will unlock it. My eyes widened. You can't do that. That's illegal. She smiled, evil smile. You know what else is illegal? Hiding secrets in your mother's house. At that point, I was seriously considering just throwing the phone inside well and blaming NEPA. She said, "You have 10 seconds, or I'll use your father's fingerprint while he's sleeping." I whispered to myself. Even Apple didn't see this level of security threat coming. When an African mother is quiet during an argument, she's not giving up. She's downloading backup. I blinked. "You want to use Daddy's fingerprint?" She nodded, slowly, dramatically, like Thanos before snapping. She picked up her phone again and called my father. "Hello, Oga. When you get back, we're doing forensic investigation on your son's iPhone. I don't like what I'm suspecting." I screamed. "Mummy, I swear it's just school stuff." She replied, "Which school teaches? Can I come?" It was as assignment. Is it come over 101? This woman was building an entire police case over one emoji. She started opening drawers, searching. "Mummy, what are you looking for?" She replied without looking up, "Torchlight. If we can't unlock it spiritually, we'll examine it physically. Maybe I'll see reflection of the secrets on your screen." I said, "But the screen is off." She snapped, "Shut up! Secrets have shadows." I ran to the kitchen, hoping she'd calm down. "Wrong move!" She followed me in. I turned around and saw her holding one wooden cooking spoon. "Ah! What's that for?" She smiled. "Password reset. When words fail, the spoon speaks in tongues." I backed away slowly. "Mummy, this is assaulto! I'll report you!" She laughed like a Nollywood villain. "Report me to who? Police?" "I'll go with you, sit in the station and ask them, is it a crime to demand transparency in my own house?" I was cornered, emotionally, spiritually, technologically. She sat down and crossed her legs. "Since you're doing hide and seek, no problem. I've changed the Wi-Fi password." My heart fell. "You what?" She smirked. "You think you're the only one with password skills?" Ladies and gentlemen, I had just been digitally disarmed by my own mother. Then she dropped the final bomb. "If you don't open that phone in 10 minutes, I'll post your baby pictures on Facebook and tag your girlfriend." My knees buckled. "Mummy, you wouldn't." She already opened Facebook. I was finished. No Wi-Fi, no escape, no dignity. I did what every Nigerian Gen Z does in a crisis. I started negotiating. Okay. Mummy, wait. Let's do it like this. I'll unlock it, but you can only look at 3 things. My WhatsApp, my gallery, and my Snapchat." She raised an eyebrow. "What is Snappy Chat? That one where you... people remove clothes and add dog nose," I sighed. "Mummy, please." And that's how I ended up in front of my mother, phone in hand, sweating like a goat in front of Suya stand, trying to delete suspicious chats in 0.5 seconds before she looked. She reached for the phone. My thumb hovered over the unlock button. This was it, the final showdown. Her eyes locked with mine. Unlock it. Some battles are fought with swords, others are fought with screenshots. I took a deep breath. My thumb trembled over the button. My ancestors whispered, "Don't do it, my child." But my Wi-Fi was already gone. So I unlocked the phone. The moment it unlocked, she took the phone like she was unboxing evidence at a crime scene. She squinted at the screen like it was written in ancient Hebrew. "Where's the WhatsApp? Show me!" I opened it. First message at the top, "Baby, I'm outside." My soul left my body. She stared, then looked at me. "Baby who? Outside where? In my compound?" I stammered. "No, it's just... joke message. Roleplay. Roleplay." She dropped the phone on the table, like it was infected. "Oluwa, so this is how he repays me for 9 months of pregnancy and 5 years of back pain?" Then she whispered to herself, "I knew it. Since he started eating his meat before rice, I knew something was wrong." Mothers can connect your phone behavior to your food pattern. Don't ask how. It's spiritual. She opened my gallery. First photo? A meme. Second photo, a mirror selfie with filter. Third photo, screenshot of a tweet that said, "Don't marry early. Use your youth to break hearts and block people." She paused, looked up slowly. "Jizu." She crossed herself 3 times. "You've joined cult," I screamed. "Mummy, it's Twitter, it's just cruise," she hissed. "If you cruise into hellfire, don't call me, I won't follow you." Then she opened Snapchat. Snapchat is not for the faint of heart, nor for Nigerian mothers. The first snap was a filtered video of me with pink cheeks and a dog tongue. She blinked. "What is this one again? You're now a puppy?" I said. "Mummy, it's a trend." She cut me off. "You're trending towards destruction." Then she muttered, "So after all my fasting and prayers, my son is barking on camera." She tossed the phone on the table like it insulted her. She stood up and announced, "I'm going to call Pastor Adekunle." "You need spiritual formatting. This one has passed password. We are doing factory reset with fasting." I collapsed into the chair. "Mummy, please, I'll delete everything. I'll uninstall Snapchat. I'll follow you to midweek service." She turned to me, eyes narrowed. "Delete? You think I don't know how to retrieve deleted files? iCloud will still embarrass you. When your African mother learns about iCloud, just pack your bags and go to the mountain." Then the doorbell rang. She peeked through the curtain. It was Cynthia, the girl who sent the "Can I come over" message. When the girl from the text shows up at your door and your African mother is home, just dig your grave gently. The moment my mum saw Cynthia standing at the gate, smiling like peace of mind, she gasped. "She actually came over! In broad daylight! This generation has no shame," I muttered. "Mummy, it's not like that." She turned slowly. "Is she carrying overnight bag?" I peeped through the curtain. Yes, she was. And worse, she was wearing bum shorts and chewing gum. In the eyes of a Nigerian mother, bum shorts, Dirtu, Jezebel. Gum, Jogsh, witchcraft starter pack. My mother clutched her chest dramatically. "This boy wants to give me high blood pressure before my birthday." Then she marched to the door with the Holy Bible under one armpit and a bottle of anointing oil in her hand, like police evidence. I chased after her. "Mummy, please don't embarrass me." She opened the door. "Good afternoon, Ma. Cynthia," said sweetly, smiling with dimples and long lashes. My mum didn't even greet her back. Instead, she raised the oil bottle like she was about to cast out a demon. "Who sent you? Who told you to come over? Come over and do what?" Cynthia was confused. I just came to do what? This is not a shortlet. This is a Christian home." Cynthia's face went from baddie to gotta beg. In 5 seconds, she looked at me. I looked at the floor. "Mummy, please, it's not what you think." She said, "So explain it to me. Why is she standing here with come over message and a bag? Are you now doing logistics of fornication?" Cynthia whispered, "Should I go?" My mum hissed, "Please do before thunder downloads." Cynthia ran faster than a jam candidate, late for exam. She turned to me. "Inside, now. We need to pray. You are spiritually contaminated." I whispered, "Mummy, please." She didn't hear me. She was already singing, "Holy Ghost fire, pursue them, and walking in circles like a lion preparing to deliver someone. At this point, I was just waiting for her to summon MFM and RCCG at the same time. She pulled me into the sitting room. "Kneel down. We're starting 7 days of digital deliverance," I asked. "Is it dry fasting?" She said, "Dry, wet, and Wi-Fi fasting. No phone, no girls, no data. Just you, me, and Holy Ghost." I said, "But Mummy, my exam is online." She paused, then said, "Holy Spirit will invigilate you. Now kneel down." When African mothers say kneel down, it's never just kneeling. It's a full spiritual boot camp. So there I was. On the cold tiled floor, knees aching, dignity in ICU. My mum paced in front of me like a general. She had her Bible in one, and a notepad in the other, and she was writing things down like, "Snapchat your demon portal. Can Holy Ghost enter Wi-Fi? Call Mummy Geo for backup." I tried to speak. "Mummy, it's just Gen Z life." She cut me off. "Don't Gen Z me. You think the devil cares about your generation? He entered serpent in Genesis. Now he's inside your iPhone. When your mother combines scripture with antivirus, illogic. Just shut up and accept your fate." She declared, "We're doing Operation Purge Your Phone." Then she brought a stool and placed it beside me. "What's that for?" I asked. She replied, "Your phone. It will sit here in the presence of the Lord and be judged." I screamed, "Mummy, it's not a criminal!" She hissed, "The way it's leading you to hell, it needs a lawyer." My phone was now a suspect in a spiritual trial, with no bail option. Suddenly, she walked into the room and came back wearing full prayer robe and head tie. "Mummy, it's not even Sunday." She looked at me. "You're under spiritual surveillance now. This is not ordinary matter. I can't face this battle in wrapper." Then she brought out the real weapon, the Daily Manna devotional and her loudest prayer CD. She pressed play. "Fire! Fire! Fire! Every demon of Snapchat, catch fire!" The speaker was vibrating like earthquake, even the lizards behind. Our window scattered. She sat down and started speaking in tongues. "Rebo Soto Kayande, I cancel every can I come over spirit, every dog filter destiny destroyer." At this point, I knew my neighbors were recording. "Tomorrow it will be on WhatsApp. Mama Kalechi cast demon out of iPhone." Then I made the biggest mistake of the day. I said, "Mummy, what if you had an iPhone? Wouldn't you?" She stood up. "You want to compare your corrupted generation with us? When I was your age, the only thing I snapped was my fingers during praise and worship." She picked up the phone again. "From now on, this phone is on probation. Only Bible app, school portal, and calculator. Anything else, Holy Ghost will uninstall it himself." Then she walked into the kitchen to continue dinner like nothing happened. That's the thing with African mothers. They'll discipline you at 6 p.m. and ask if you want extra meat by 6:05. I sat there, looking at my poor iPhone. Even Siri was quiet. She knew this wasn't her fight. If you've never snuck around your house at 2 a.m. to rescue your phone from your mother's drawer, are you even Nigerian? That night, I couldn't sleep. Not because of guilt, not because of punishment, but because my snap streaks were dying. And Cynthia was probably texting baby without knowing I was under spiritual arrest, so I made a plan. Operation Retrieve the Holy Seized iPhone. I waited until the house was quiet. No light, no sound. Even the neighbor's generator had finally given up. I tiptoed like a thief, ironically, in my own house. Every creak of the floor sounded like thunder. Every blink from the wall clock felt like my mum's spirit saying, "I'm watching you." I reached the drawer, where she always hides birthday money, my SIM cards, and now my possessed phone. I opened it slowly. There it was, wrapped in a white handkerchief. I picked it up like it was the Ark of the Covenant. I whispered, "Don't die on me tonight." Then a loud cough from the darkness. I froze. "Mummy," I whispered. No answer, another cough. Then the lights flicked on. She was sitting in the darkness, waiting, like a spiritual ninja. "Looking for something?" she asked calmly. I couldn't even lie. My hands were shaking like Napa light. "Mummy, please, I just wanted to check my school email." She smiled. "By 2:17 a.m.? With rapture tension on your face?" I opened my mouth, but my soul had logged out. She stood up slowly and said, "That's it. I'm taking you to overnight phone deliverance." Imagine a vigil, but the demon being cast out is your Wi-Fi addiction. The next evening, she dragged me to her church. The poster at the gate said, theme, "Deliver my child from Snapchat and bad friends." Speaker, Prophet Firebrand. The man of God looked at me like he saw my search history in 4K. He said, "Young man, the Lord revealed to me that you follow a spirit called Tunde with the tattoos." I screamed, "How did he know about Tunde?" Mummy shouted, "Praise God, the man is accurate." Then they laid hands on me. "Out! Out of this boy! Every demon of... Can I come over? Out!" At some point I saw stars, real ones. If you've ever been prayed for so aggressively, your ancestors start apologizing on your behalf, you'll understand. The vigil ended by 5 a.m. I had oil on my forehead, neck, ears, and somehow on my elbow. On the way home, my mum finally smiled. She said, "I love you. I just don't want Snapchat to use your destiny." I looked at her, tired, oily, and empty inside. "I understand, Mummy." Then she handed me back the phone, but added, "Don't worry, I've changed your password to Holy Ghost Fire 2024. And that's how I got delivered, lost my privacy, and gained a praying mother as my new iPhone Face ID.
today's gist is scary. Before we even start, make sure you lock that door ahead. Don't call my name, I beg. Wait first, wait. Have you subscribed? Then do it quietly, okay? Like that. Yes. Let's go. Cannot do this.
Let me take it from here. This kind of tale. Only the brave dare to tell it. Ella. She's gone. This is too much for her to handle. But you're still here. That means you're ready. Or maybe just too curious to stop now. Welcome to the real story of Block 7. Hold your breath. Things are about to get worse. Before we begin, you need to understand one thing. This is not just a story. It is a warning. A piece of history. Buried in fear. Whispered only in hushed voices. By those who have lived to tell the tale.
In Agodi barracks, where soldiers and their families once found refuge, there was one building, unlike the rest, a structure cloaked in silence, untouched by time. They called it Block 7. At exactly 2 a.m., the sound of marching boots would echo through its empty corridors, steady, rhythmic, precise, not the careless steps of a lost wanderer, but the disciplined, methodical stomp of a soldier on duty. The only problem? No one was there. Some called it superstition. Others dismissed it as the creaks of an aging building, the wind playing tricks on the mind. But the families who had spent just one night there, they knew better. There was something or someone that never left Block 7, a presence unseen, but always felt, a shadow that did not belong. And those who ignored the warnings, not all of them lived to regret it. It was a quiet evening when Major Martins arrived at Agodi barracks with his wife, Miriam, and 4 kids. A new posting, a new beginning. But what they didn't know was that they had been assigned a house no one else dared to live in. Their assigned quarters? Block 7. For years it had stood empty. Rumors swirled about strange noises, shadows moving where there were none, and whispers that carried through the night. But Major Martins, he was a man of discipline, a soldier. He had heard the stories but dismissed them as old wives' tales. Superstitions meant nothing to him.
Major Martins chuckling confident.
Ghosts? Come on, Miriam, it's just an old building. Nothing more.
But Miriam, she wasn't so sure. The moment she stepped inside, she felt it, an unease settling deep in her bones, like eyes watching from the shadows.
Martins, this house feels strange.
The Major shrugged, brushing off her concerns. The house was old. It had history. That was all. That night, as the family settled into their new home, the barracks grew still. The night was cool, the air thick with silence. And then... Major Martins froze for a moment. Then, shaking his head, he walked toward the door. Perhaps a neighbor? Another officer checking in? But when he looked outside, there was no one there. Nothing but the cold night air and the distant hum of barracks life. He frowned, stepping back inside, locking the door behind him. He thought nothing of it, but Miriam, she knew. Something was wrong. A week later, Obinna was in his room when he heard footsteps pacing outside his door. He opened it. Nothing. Then a chilling whisper.
Leave this place, or you will suffer the same fate.
Obinna froze. The voice was coming from the empty corridor. He ran to his mother, gasping. Miriam, now terrified, demanded they leave. but the Major refused.
I will not let fear drive me from my house.
Determined to uncover the mystery, Miriam visited Mama Titi, an elderly woman who had lived in the barracks for over 40 years. Mama Titi shook her head.
You are in great danger. Block 7 belonged to Captain Idris during the Civil War. He went missing during a midnight raid, but his wife, she never left the house. They say she went mad, waiting for him. And when she died, her soul stayed, still searching for her husband.
Miriam's hands trembled. She had seen an old military coat in their house, but it wasn't her husband's. That night, Major Martins finally believed. As he sat reading, the shadow of a man crossed his room. He grabbed his pistol and ran outside, but all he found were muddy footprints leading to the back of the house. Footprints that stopped suddenly, as if the person vanished into thin air. Suddenly, Obinna screamed from his room. When the Major and Miriam rushed in, they found him levitating, an invisible force holding him in the air. His eyes rolled back, his voice distorted. Miriam's trembling hands gripped Obinna's dangling legs, her breath uneven as she whispered prayers under her breath.
Jesus, let my son go! Please release my child!
Major Martins, his heart pounding in his chest, stood frozen, his pistol useless against whatever unseen force held his son captive. Then, as if in response to Miriam's cries, a sudden gust of wind whooshed through the room, extinguishing the bedside lamp. A deep, eerie silence followed. Obinna dropped to the ground, gasping for air. His body twitched as his wide, terrified eyes darted across the room. Miriam scooped him into her arms, rocking him gently as she sobbed. Major Martin swallowed hard, his voice hoarse.
Obinna, son, are you all right?
Obinna barely nodded, his breath ragged. He clung to his mother, his small body shivering uncontrollably.
Miriam, still clutching her son, looked up at Major Martins. Her face was pale with exhaustion, her eyes swollen from unshed tears. Then, to his shock, she fell to her knees before him, gripping his shirt tightly.
Martins, please. I can't stay here. I can't do this anymore. It's only been 2 nights and I feel like I'm losing my mind. This house, it's cursed. We have to leave.
Major Martins clenched his jaw, his hands trembling at his sides. He was a soldier, trained to withstand fear, to remain steadfast in the face of adversity. But this was something he couldn't fight. Miriam's voice dropped to a whisper as fresh tears streamed down her face.
There's something I didn't tell you.
I went to see Mama Titi.
Major Martins took a slow step back, his expression unreadable. Mama Titi? That old woman? Miriam? You went to her without telling me? Miriam nodded, her grip tightening around Obinna.
She knows things, Martins. She told me about this house and about Captain Idris.
Major Martins let out a slow, shaky breath. Tell me everything.
The year was 1969, a harrowing chapter in the Civil War, a conflict that tore through the fabric of the nation like a relentless storm. Captain Idris, a man of unwavering honor and unyielding duty, stood as a beacon of resilience amidst the chaos. He was not just a soldier, he was a husband, deeply and passionately in love with his wife, Amina. Their bond was a sanctuary, a fragile oasis in the desert of war. Idris had just returned from the front lines, a survivor of a brutal campaign that had decimated his battalion. Out of 1,124 able-bodied men, only 12 had staggered back, their spirits shattered, but their bodies intact. Idris was among them, his soul scarred, but his resolve unbroken. The military protocol dictated that he be granted a month of inactive duty, a brief respite to heal and gather his strength. But fate, cruel and unrelenting, had other plans. His commanding officer, a man devoid of empathy and driven by cold pragmatism, callously added Idris's name to the roster of another imminent deployment.
Amina's world crumbled when she heard the news. Her tears flowed like a river, each drop a testament to her despair. She pleaded with every officer, every bureaucrat, her voice trembling with desperation. She begged, she implored, she even threatened, but her cries fell on deaf ears. The machinery of war was indifferent to her anguish.
Idris, ever the stoic, tried to comfort her. He held her hands, his touch a fragile promise in the face of uncertainty. I will return soon, my love. Stay here. Stay safe. Amina clung to him, her fingers gripping his uniform as if her love alone could anchor him to safety. Her eyes, pools of unspoken fear, searched his face for reassurance.
Promise me, Idris. Promise me you will come back.
I swear it. I will come for you, my love. The moment was shattered by the piercing blast of a whistle, followed by the harsh, guttural commands of a sergeant. The air grew heavy with the weight of impending departure. Idris turned away, his silhouette a fleeting shadow against the backdrop of a war-torn horizon. He marched into the abyss, his figure swallowed by the oppressive fog of battle. He never returned. The days that followed were a blur of anguish for Amina. Her muffled cries echoed through the empty halls of their home, a haunting symphony of grief. She clutched a pillow to her chest, rocking back and forth as if the motion could soothe the gaping wound in her heart. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months. The house, once filled with the warmth of their love, grew cold and silent. Amina refused to accept the finality of his absence. She sat by the door, her eyes fixed on the horizon, waiting for a miracle that would never come. For Amina, time stood still, each moment a cruel reminder of the life she had lost. Her heart, once a beacon of love, now beat with the rhythm of a dirge, a mournful tribute to the man who had promised to return, but had vanished into the unforgiving maw of war. Neighbors whispered that she had gone mad. They claimed her wails could be heard echoing through the barracks at night. She would sit by the window, staring into the darkness, waiting for a shadow that never came. Then, one cold night, she was found lifeless in her rocking chair, still clutching a letter from her husband that had never reached her. Back in the present, Miriam's hands trembled as she wiped her tears.
She never moved on Martins. Her soul. It never left Block 7. She's still searching for him.
And Idris? What happened to him? No one knows. His body was never found. But she... Miriam hesitates. She's waiting for us to bring him home.
Find him! Bring him home! Yes, Mom! Dad, find him and bring him to her!
She told me she needs help. She told me she's always outside and scared. Please help her.
That night, the barracks was anything but silent. Doors slammed on their own. Furniture scraped against the floor. Whispers turned into screams. Major Martins finally understood. This was no ordinary haunting. This was a woman's pain, echoing through time, demanding closure. And if they didn't find Idris, they would never be free. The following morning, Agony Barracks was unusually quiet. For the first time in weeks, there were no whispers, no phantom footsteps, no slamming doors. The environment felt hollow, as though something or someone was waiting. Major Martins sat at the table, his face etched with exhaustion. Miriam, her hands still trembling, held onto Obinna, who had barely spoken since the night before. They had spent 3 nights in Block 7, and it was clear. This was no ordinary haunting. This was a woman's pain, echoing through time, demanding closure. And if they didn't find Idris, they would never be free. With the help of a few older officers and Mama Titi, They began their search for Captain Idris's final resting place. Mama Titi, lowering her voice. His body was never returned, but some say the soldiers who died in the war were buried together, forgotten. Miriam, whispering, looking around cautiously, "Then we need to find where they laid him." Major Martins, Miriam, and Mama Titi walked deeper into the barracks, toward an abandoned, overgrown field near the far end of the compound. Bushes and vines tangled over the area, hiding what once stood there. After nearly an hour of searching, they stumbled upon a rusted plaque, barely legible under layers of grime. It read, "Here lie the forgotten." Miriam's breath hitched. Her fingers traced the corroded metal as a shiver ran through her spine. Miriam, softly, voice trembling. "This is it. This is where he is. Captain Idris." They returned to Captain Idris's home and buried him near his wife Amina.
This is for the forgotten, for the ones who waited, and for the ones who never came home. To every family who has lost someone to war, to the battles fought beyond the fields, and to the memories that refuse to fade. May their names never be forgotten. May their stories live on. May their soul rest in peace. Amen.
Man, today's Jesus scare me. Before we even start, make sure you lock that door. Don't call my name. I beg. Wait first. Have you subscribed? Then do it quietly, okay? Like that. Let's go. Let
me take it from here. This kind of tale. Only the brave dare to tell it. Ella, she's gone. This is too much for her to handle. But you're still here. That means you're ready. Or maybe just too curious to stop now. Welcome to the real story of Block 7. Hold your breath. Things are about to get worse. Before we begin, you need to understand one thing. This is not just a story. It is a warning, a piece of history, buried in fear, whispered only in hushed voices by those who have lived to tell the tale.
In Agodi Barracks, where soldiers and their families once found refuge, there was one building, unlike the rest, a structure cloaked in silence, untouched by time. They called it Block 7. At exactly 2 a.m., the sound of marching boots would echo through its empty corridors, steady, rhythmic, precise, not the careless steps of a lost wanderer, but the disciplined, methodical stomp of a soldier on duty. The only problem? No one was there. Some called it superstition. Others dismissed it as the creaks of an aging building, the wind playing tricks on the mind. But the families who had spent just one night there, they knew better. There was something or someone that never left Block 7, a presence unseen but always felt, a shadow that did not belong. And those who ignored the warnings, not all of them lived to regret it. It was a quiet evening when Major Martins arrived at Agodi Barracks with his wife Miriam and 4 kids. A new posting, a new beginning. But what they didn't know was that they had been assigned a house no one else dared to live in. Their assigned quarters? Block 7. For years it had stood empty. Rumors swirled about strange noises, shadows moving where there were none, and whispers that carried through the night. But Major Martins, he was a man of discipline, a soldier. He had heard the stories but dismissed them as old wives' tales. Superstitions meant nothing to him.
Major Martins chuckling confident.
Ghosts? Come on, Miriam, it's just an old building. Nothing more.
But Miriam, she wasn't so sure. The moment she stepped inside, she felt it, an unease settling deep in her bones, like eyes watching from the shadows.
Martins, this house feels strange.
The Major shrugged, brushing off her concerns. The house was old. It had history. That was all. That night, as the family settled into their new home, the barracks grew still. The night was cool, the air thick with silence. And then... Major Martins froze for a moment. Then, shaking his head, he walked toward the door. Perhaps a neighbor? Another officer checking in? But when he looked outside, there was no one there. Nothing but the cold night air and the distant hum of barracks life. He frowned, stepping back inside, locking the door behind him. He thought nothing of it, but Miriam, she knew. Something was wrong. A week later, Obinna was in his room when he heard footsteps pacing outside his door. He opened it. Nothing. Then a chilling whisper.
Leave this place, or you will suffer the same fate.
Obinna froze. The voice was coming from the empty corridor. He ran to his mother, gasping. Miriam, now terrified, demanded they leave, but the Major refused.
I will not let fear drive me from my house.
Determined to uncover the mystery, Miriam visited Mama Titi, an elderly woman who had lived in the barracks for over 40 years. Mama Titi shook her head.
You are in great danger. Block 7 belonged to Captain Idris during the Civil War. He went missing during a midnight raid, but his wife, she never left the house. They say she went mad, waiting for him. And when she died, her soul stayed, still searching for her husband.
Miriam's hands trembled. She had seen an old military coat in their house, but it wasn't her husband's. That night, Major Martins finally believed. As he sat reading, the shadow of a man crossed his room. He grabbed his pistol and ran outside, but all he found were muddy footprints leading to the back of the house. Footprints that stopped suddenly, as if the person vanished into thin air. Suddenly, Obinna screamed from his room. When the Major and Miriam rushed in, they found him levitating, an invisible force holding him in the air. His eyes rolled back, his voice distorted. Miriam's trembling hands gripped Obinna's dangling legs, her breath uneven as she whispered prayers under her breath.
Jesus, let my son go. Please release my child.
Major Martins, his heart pounding in his chest, stood frozen, his pistol useless against whatever unseen force held his son captive. Then, as if in response to Miriam's cries, a sudden gust of wind whooshed through the room, extinguishing the bedside lamp. A deep, eerie silence followed. Obinna dropped to the ground, gasping for air. His body twitched as his wide, terrified eyes darted across the room. Miriam scooped him into her arms, rocking him gently as she sobbed. Major Martin swallowed hard, his voice hoarse.
Obinna, son, are you all right?
Obinna barely nodded, his breath ragged. He clung to his mother, his small body shivering uncontrollably.
Miriam, still clutching her son, looked up at Major Martins. Her face was pale with exhaustion, her eyes swollen from unshed tears. Then, to his shock, she fell to her knees before him, gripping his shirt tightly.
Martins, please. I can't stay here. I can't do this anymore. It's only been 2 nights and I feel like I'm losing my mind. This house, it's cursed. We have to leave.
Major Martins clenched his jaw, his hands trembling at his sides. He was a soldier, trained to withstand fear, to remain steadfast in the face of adversity. But this was something he couldn't fight. Miriam's voice dropped to a whisper as fresh tears streamed down her face.
There's something I didn't tell you.
I went to see Mama Titi.
Major Martins took a slow step back, his expression unreadable. Mama Titi? That old woman? Miriam? You went to her without telling me? Miriam nodded, her grip tightening around Obinna.
She knows things, Martins. She told me about this house and about Captain Idris.
Major Martins let out a slow, shaky breath. Tell me everything.
The year was 1969, a harrowing chapter in the Civil War, a conflict that tore through the fabric of the nation like a relentless storm. Captain Idris, a man of unwavering honor and unyielding duty, stood as a beacon of resilience amidst the chaos. He was not just a soldier, he was a husband, deeply and passionately in love with his wife, Amina. Their bond was a sanctuary, a fragile oasis in the desert of war. Idris had just returned from the front lines, a survivor of a brutal campaign that had decimated his battalion. Out of 1,124 able-bodied men, only 12 had staggered back, their spirits shattered, but their bodies intact. Idris was among them, his soul scarred, but his resolve unbroken. The military protocol dictated that he be granted a month of inactive duty, a brief respite to heal and gather his strength. But fate, cruel and unrelenting, had other plans. His commanding officer, a man devoid of empathy and driven by cold pragmatism, callously added Idris's name to the roster of another imminent deployment.
Amina's world crumbled when she heard the news. Her tears flowed like a river, each drop a testament to her despair. She pleaded with every officer, every bureaucrat, her voice trembling with desperation. She begged, she implored, she even threatened, but her cries fell on deaf ears. The machinery of war was indifferent to her anguish.
Idris, ever the stoic, tried to comfort her. He held her hands, his touch a fragile promise in the face of uncertainty. I will return soon, my love. Stay here. Stay safe. Amina clung to him, her fingers gripping his uniform as if her love alone could anchor him to safety. Her eyes, pools of unspoken fear, searched his face for reassurance.
Promise me, Idris. Promise me you will come back.
I swear it. I will come for you, my love. The moment was shattered by the piercing blast of a whistle, followed by the harsh, guttural commands of a sergeant. The air grew heavy with the weight of impending departure. Idris turned away, his silhouette a fleeting shadow against the backdrop of a war-torn horizon. He marched into the abyss, his figure swallowed by the oppressive fog of battle. He never returned. The days that followed were a blur of anguish for Amina. Her muffled cries echoed through the empty halls of their home, a haunting symphony of grief. She clutched a pillow to her chest, rocking back and forth as if the motion could soothe the gaping wound in her heart. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months. The house, once filled with the warmth of their love, grew cold and silent. Amina refused to accept the finality of his absence. She sat by the door, her eyes fixed on the horizon, waiting for a miracle that would never come. For Amina, time stood still, each moment a cruel reminder of the life she had lost. Her heart, once a beacon of love, now beat with the rhythm of a dirge, a mournful tribute to the man who had promised to return, but had vanished into the unforgiving maw of war. Neighbors whispered that she had gone mad. They claimed her wails could be heard echoing through the barracks at night. She would sit by the window, staring into the darkness, waiting for a shadow that never came. Then, one cold night, she was found lifeless in her rocking chair, still clutching a letter from her husband that had never reached her. Back in the present, Miriam's hands trembled as she wiped her tears.
She never moved on Martins. Her soul. It never left Block 7. She's still searching for him.
And Idris? What happened to him? No one knows. His body was never found. But she... Miriam hesitates. She's waiting for us to bring him home.
Find him! Bring him home! Yes, Mom! Dad, find him and bring him to her!
She told me she needs help. She told me she's always outside and scared. Please help her.
That night, the barracks was anything but silent. Doors slammed on their own. Furniture scraped against the floor. Whispers turned into screams. Major Martins finally understood. This was no ordinary haunting. This was a woman's pain, echoing through time, demanding closure. And if they didn't find Idris, they would never be free. The following morning, Agony Barracks was unusually quiet. For the first time in weeks, there were no whispers, no phantom footsteps, no slamming doors. The environment felt hollow, as though something or someone was waiting. Major Martins sat at the table, his face etched with exhaustion. Miriam, her hands still trembling, held onto Obinna, who had barely spoken since the night before. They had spent 3 nights in Block 7, and it was clear. This was no ordinary haunting. This was a woman's pain, echoing through time, demanding closure. And if they didn't find Idris, they would never be free. With the help of a few older officers and Mama Titi, they began their search for Captain Idris's final resting place. Mama Titi, lowering her voice. His body was never returned, but some say the soldiers who died in the war were buried together, forgotten. Miriam, whispering, looking around cautiously, "Then we need to find where they laid him." Major Martins, Miriam, and Mama Titi walked deeper into the barracks, toward an abandoned, overgrown field near the far end of the compound. Bushes and vines tangled over the area, hiding what once stood there. After nearly an hour of searching, they stumbled upon a rusted plaque, barely legible under layers of grime. It read, "Here lie the forgotten." Miriam's breath hitched. Her fingers traced the corroded metal as a shiver ran through her spine. Miriam, softly, voice trembling. "This is it. This is where he is. Captain Idris." They returned to Captain Idris's home and buried him near his wife Amina.
This is for the forgotten, for the ones who waited, and for the ones who never came home. To every family who has lost someone to war, to the battles fought beyond the fields, and to the memories that refuse to fade. May their names never be forgotten. May their stories live on. May their soul rest in peace. Amen.
They called him Chief Adewale Akinyemi, oil tycoon, real estate mogul, and proud owner of the biggest stomach in Banana Island. A man so rich that even his silence could buy a politician. But beneath all that wealth was a secret lifestyle. Wrapped in lies, lust, and luxury hotel sheets, he had it all. A powerful wife, 3 children in the UK, cars he didn't know the names of, and a new side chick for every day that ended in Y. But one Thursday night, everything changed. That night, Chief had checked into his favorite suite at one of Lagos' finest hotels. He was with Cynthia, a 25-year-old Instagram influencer whose waist was snatched and whose tongue was sharper than his wife's lawyer. She was the kind of girl who could give you goosebumps and an ulcer. At first, the night was soft jazz and slow wine. Champagne flowed, secrets spilled, but by midnight the suite was silent. Not the kind of silence you find in peace, but the kind that sits heavy, like judgment. Chief woke up and Cynthia wasn't breathing. He blinked, rubbed his eyes, shook her shoulder. Still. Nothing. No response. No heartbeat. Just a cold body in a silk robe, For the first time in years, Chief's hands trembled. He called the hotel manager, told him to fix it, offered a blank check. But when the police arrived, they didn't come for negotiation. They came with handcuffs. And just like that, the bull of Banana Island became the scapegoat of Suite 405. The news hit faster than wildfire. Oil magnate arrested over side chick's death. Sugar Daddy saga trends #1 in Nigeria. His pictures flooded Twitter. Memes flew. A blog even posted a video of him snoring beside Cynthia with the caption, "From riches to cell block B." His wife, Madame Ronka, didn't shed a tear. Instead, she organized a champagne brunch at home with her closest friends and toasted to freedom. After all, she'd been married to a walking embarrassment for 18 years. She once caught him cheating in their own compound, in the guest house she built. She never divorced him. No, that would be too easy. Instead, she quietly took over his company's finances, transferred properties into her name, and signed deals behind his back. The chief was the face of the empire, but Madame Ronco was the engine. She just waited for the right moment to let the car crash, and it finally did. But here's the twist. Cynthia's autopsy didn't just reveal drugs or alcohol. It hinted at poison. Not the kind a rich man accidentally gives you during romance. The kind that comes from intention. Someone wanted her silenced. Chief swore he was innocent. "I no kill him. I no fit even kill mosquito," he cried from behind the police van. But nobody listened. Not even his lawyer, who only showed up after CNN picked the story. His friends, ghosted. His business partners, cancelled contracts. Even his dog, Bruno, stopped eating. Then came the anonymous letter to the police. Typed, no fingerprints. Check the account balance of Madame Ronke Akinyemi, 48 hours before Cynthia died. And just like that, a new question surfaced. Was the chief being set up? Was the real betrayal not between him and his wife, but between his wife and his freedom? Because money may buy silence, but not when the one speaking has waited 18 years to watch you fall. And this was just the beginning. They say a wife always knows, not because you tell her, not because she sees you, but because one day your energy will change, and she'll read it like subtitles on a Nollywood film. Ronke Akinyemi had known for years that her husband, Chief Adewale, was a serial cheater. But she wasn't your regular crying wife, no. Ronke was a strategist. She made her pain profitable. She turned humiliation into a plan. And now, with Cynthia's sudden death, that plan had entered its final phase. Meanwhile, in the cell, Chief Adewale sat on a wooden bench, sweat trickling down his wide forehead. His stomach, once proudly round like a drum, now sagged like soaked bread. He wasn't eating. Couldn't sleep. He'd begged the inspector 17 times for a mattress, a phone call, or at least Indomie. Nothing. Not even Indomie. The detective in charge, Inspector Cole, had his eyes fixed on the case file. Chief Adewale Akinyemi, 54. Multiple businesses. Known side relationships. A witness says he argued with the deceased over a car. Chief leaned forward. "Please, I love that girl. I mean, not love like love, but love enough not to kill her." Inspector Cole didn't flinch. Instead, he dropped a photo, a screenshot of a bank transfer. N17 million from a joint account between Chief and Ronka to an unknown account. 2 days before Cynthia died, Chief stared. His mouth went dry. He hadn't authorized that transfer. At least, he didn't think so. Ronke was sitting in her private study, sipping tea. Her lawyer, a petite woman in a grey suit, sat across from her. "Are you sure you want to go this far, Ma?" Ronke smiled calmly. "He went far first. I'm just meeting him at the finish line." Her eyes flicked to the television. News anchors were still saying alleged, but she knew that wouldn't last long. The public loved a villain, and today, Chief Adewale was everyone's favorite. She dialed a number. "Have the boys cleaned out his lecky apartment?" Voice. "On the line, yes, Ma. Even took the bottle of champagne he hid behind the fridge." Ronke nodded. "Good. And the hard drives?" "Gone. Burned," she smiled. "Perfect. Now, let's keep the drama going." The PA returns. Back in the real world, someone unexpected showed up at the station. Dare, Chief's personal assistant. Face. Rough, shirt-stained, eyes wild. He begged to speak to Inspector Cole. I know something, he whispered. I know who Cynthia was texting before she died. And it wasn't Chief. Inspector Cole paused. Then who? Dare looked around nervously. She was talking to Madam Ronke. Silence. She said Madam warned her to stop playing games or she'd end up like the last girl. A mystery unfolds. Inspector Cole called Ronke for questioning. She came dressed like a senator's wife, calm, composed, and smelling like power. When asked about her relationship with Cynthia, she smiled and said, "My husband's distractions never concern me, dead or alive." But Inspector Cole noticed something. Her fingers, perfectly manicured, except for one nail, broken and bandaged. "What happened to your hand, Ma?" She paused, looked at him, smiled again. Life happened. Back to the cell, Chief sat in silence, thinking. His mind raced through the past month, the argument over passwords, the accidental update to his bank app. Ronke's sudden kindness. She had kissed him the day before he left for the hotel. The first time in 4 years, and now it made sense. She wasn't being kind. She was saying goodbye. There's a Yoruba proverb that says, "The wall has ears." But in Chief Adewale's case, it wasn't just the wall. It was the hotel cleaner, the ceiling fan technician, and even the girl who brought jollof rice at 2 a.m. Everybody had seen something. They just hadn't said anything, yet. But that was about to change. Her name was Tony, a quiet, dark-skinned girl who worked housekeeping on the night shift at the hotel. She wasn't looking for drama. She wasn't even supposed to be on that floor. But her colleague had gone to see her boyfriend in the laundry room, and Tony had to cover for her. That was how she ended up outside Suite 405, the room of secrets, scandal, and one silent corpse. Tony didn't say anything at first, but when she saw herself on TikTok cleaning the hallway while Chief walked in with Cynthia, her phone started ringing. Her pastor called. Her cousin in Bielsa called. Even her ex-boyfriend who hadn't texted in 2 years, suddenly remembered she existed. That's when Tony realized this thing was bigger than gossip. So she came forward. In Inspector Cole's office, Tony sat nervously. She clutched her small bag like it was life insurance. "I heard voices," she said. "Not just Chief and the girl. There was a third person." Inspector Cole blinked. "A third person?" "Yes, sir. A woman, older. She came in through the back staircase. She was wearing a hoodie. I saw her clearly, sir. I even greeted her. She didn't answer." Cole's pen froze in midair. "What time was this?" "About 11:45 p.m. That was 15 minutes before the official time Cynthia was declared dead." Cole leaned back. "You're sure?" Tony nodded. "Yes, sir. I don't forget faces. And I've seen that face before, on TV. Her name is Ronke." Cole sent a request for the hotel's back stairwell footage. But the footage from that night? Corrupted. Convenient. The tech team claimed it was a power glitch, but Cole knew better. Power doesn't glitch, only when one specific camera is involved. Still, he needed more than words. He needed proof. Before the police could move, Ronke made her move. She hosted a press conference. Calm, elegant, dressed in royal blue with a pearl brooch on her chest like a dagger. "Ladies and gentlemen," she said, "I am deeply saddened by the events surrounding my husband. But let it be known, I am not involved in his affairs, and certainly not in his mistakes." The media ate it up. She painted herself as the betrayed wife, strong, silent, and suffering in designer heels. But in truth, Ronke was controlling. Everything from behind the scenes, bank accounts, frozen properties, quietly moved to shell companies. Her husband's most loyal staff, bought and silenced, except for one person. Chief and Ronke's first daughter, Damilola, was in the country. Quiet, brilliant, cold like her mother. But unlike Ronke, Dami wasn't interested in power. She just wanted truth. And something wasn't sitting right with her. Why did her mother delete all the CCTV from their home office the night Cynthia died? Why did the house manager say Ronke spent an unusual amount of time talking to their security team that weekend? And most importantly, why did Ronke's diary, yes, she kept one, have a single line on the date of Cynthia's death. Closure. One evening, Dami showed up at Inspector Cole's office. "I'm not here to save my father," she said. "He's a disgrace." Cole raised an eyebrow. "Then why are you here?" She dropped a flash drive on his table. "It's a backup from my mum's laptop. She doesn't know I made it. You'll want to check the folder marked Charity Gala. It's not about charity." Cole inserted the drive. And what he saw changed everything. Chief Adderwale froze when the officer mentioned his son. His only son, Teniola, the golden boy. Oxford-educated, quiet, clean record, never raised his voice, and yet, always watching, always listening. Chief blinked slowly. "Tenny? No. Tenny can't be involved. That boy doesn't even like phone calls, talk less of scandals." But in that moment, something clicked. The network failure that delayed Cynthia's payment. The missing login to Chief's private accounts. The silent tension every time Tenny visited home. It wasn't disinterest. It was strategy. While Ronki was paraded in front of the media and Chief sat rotting in his cell, Tenny was already in another country. He had taken a flight at 4 a.m. the morning the video dropped. Not out of panic, but because everything was going according to plan. You see, Tenny hated his parents. Not for cheating, not for lies, but for neglect, for building a kingdom of wealth and forgetting the child inside it. They were too busy cheating on each other to notice that their son had grown up cold, angry, and intelligent enough to burn them both to the ground. Slowly. How it all started, Tenny had met Cynthia a year ago at a tech conference in Abuja. She didn't know who he was at first, thought he was just another broke nerd. But when she found out he was Chief Adderwale's son, she laughed and said, "So your dad's my sugar daddy, what a small world." That was when the idea formed in Tenny's mind. He didn't stop Cynthia. He encouraged her, funded her, even helped. Her record every conversation with his dad. Why? Because he wanted proof. Proof that would destroy both his parents' reputations and make him the sole, untouchable heir. Cynthia didn't know the full plan. And when she started talking too much, Tenny had a problem. So he made a deal with Ronki behind Cynthia's back. "Handle the girl," he said, "but make it look like Dad did it." And Ronki? Desperate to end the embarrassment? She agreed. That was her mistake. Once Cynthia died, Tenny leaked just enough to bury his father. Not everything. Then, when he saw his mother gaining public sympathy, he dropped the hidden footage to take her down too. He didn't care who ended up in prison. He just wanted to watch it all collapse, like the fragile empire it really was. Chief Adderwale was convicted for obstruction and illegal possession of sedatives, but not murder. He got 8 years. Ronki was convicted for conspiracy and witness intimidation. She got 15 years. The case dragged on, and the public eventually moved on. Nigeria always has a fresh scandal waiting. But guess who now owns 70% of the family businesses? Tenny. He quietly returned, changed his last name, and rebranded the company under a tech conglomerate. No more oil, no more parties, no more Banana Island drama. He built a mansion in Kigali, Rwanda. No interviews, no noise. Just clean air and peace. One night, on the rooftop, his assistant asked him, "Sir, was it worth it?" Tenny sipped his wine, eyes fixed. On the moon. They betrayed each other. I just gave them the stage. Then he smiled, a cold, soft smile.
They buried her cousin last December. A funeral with white lace, loud tears, and whispered secrets. But 3 months later, in the middle of Balogun Market, she saw her. It started with a smile, a small one, half hidden behind the edge of a blue jewel beneath the Lagos sun in the middle of Balogun's endless chaos. Ada froze. The smile belonged to someone who shouldn't exist. Standing by a stall that sold Ankara wrappers and cheap jewelry was Chisholm, her cousin. Her dead cousin, the one she killed. December had been madness, heat, traffic, rice with too much oil, and jealousy that boiled like palm oil left too long on fire. Chisholm came back from abroad, flaunting everything. A new husband, rich and quiet. a wedding ring that sparkled like sin, and his smile that made Ada feel invisible. They were the same age, grew up like sisters, but Chisom was always one step ahead, the prettier one, the luckier one, the one people wanted to be. That night, after the family Christmas party had happened, a fight near the back gate, heated words about money, marriage, and who deserved what. Ada didn't mean to push her, not that hard, but the way Chisom's head hit the pavement, the silence. She had buried the body with help, paid someone off, lied through her teeth, faked the tears, and it worked until Balagun. The first time she saw the woman, Ada thought maybe she was hallucinating. Lagos heat can mess with your head. But the second time, same face, same voice, same laugh. Chisom, buying peppers like she never bled out in a dusty backyard. Ada followed her heart, hammering like a talking drum. She pushed past traders, ignored hawkers, and nearly got hit by a kiki. But the woman vanished into a crowd near. The cosmetics section, gone. That night, Ada couldn't sleep. She locked her door, double-checked her windows. She even searched, "Can a ghost enter Balogun Market?" on Google. Her husband, Tunde, asked if she was okay. She said yes. She lied again. Ada returned to Balogun, alone. She waited by the same corner where she saw her. Hours passed, no sign. She bought plantain chips just to blend in, then a flash of white lace. Chisholm again, this time by the shoe stalls, carrying a leather handbag with golden buckles, the exact one she wore the night she died. Ada called out, "Chisholm!" The woman turned and smiled. It was the same smile from that night, but then she said, "Sorry, do I know you?" The voice was so familiar, too familiar. Ada felt like she was going insane. Was this a twin? A doppelganger? A trick? Or had Chisholm survived and was now playing some sick game? The next day, Ada told her best friend Amaka what she saw. Amaka stared in silence, then asked slowly, "You said you pushed her, but are you sure she died?" "I buried her, Amaka." "No, you paid someone to bury a body. Did you see her dead?" Ada blinked. Her memory skipped. She remembered the fall. She remembered the blood. She remembered running, but she never checked for a pulse. Never confirmed anything. It was fear. Pure fear. Ada got closer. She followed Chisholm into a side street off the market, near a small chapel and some old warehouses. This wasn't a busy street. This wasn't somewhere people just went. Why was she here? Ada crouched behind a parked danfo, peeking. Chisholm, or whoever she was, entered a warehouse with faded red paint. The door creaked shut. 5 minutes. 10. Then, a man stepped out. Tunde Ada's husband, holding hands with her dead cousin. Ada didn't move. She couldn't. Her legs were jelly, her throat dry, her mind chaos. She had seen 2 ghosts today. One was her cousin Chisholm, who was supposed to be 6 feet under. The second was her husband holding the hand of that ghost like it was nothing, like he'd done it before. Tunde with Chisholm? No. This had to be something else. Maybe this wasn't Chisholm. Maybe this was a look-alike. Maybe Tunde was helping her out of pity. Maybe it was all innocent, right? But then, Tunde leaned in and kissed her. Not a peck, a kiss. A slow, familiar, dangerous kiss. The kind he hadn't given Ada in months. Ada didn't remember walking away. 1 second she was behind the danfo. The next she was outside the market, hyperventilating. Voices around her were muffled women haggling over lace, conductors shouting, "Obalende!" a preacher with a megaphone yelling about hellfire. But all she could hear was, "Tunde kissed Chisholm, and Chisholm is alive." She didn't go home that night. Instead, she sat in a small buka in Mushin, staring into a bowl of pepper soup that had long gone cold. Her phone buzzed missed calls from Tunde. Over 12. She switched it off. Was this what guilt felt like? Or was this betrayal tasting like iron on her tongue? She had killed for Tunde, or at least she thought she had, and now he was kissing the same woman she envied. By morning she had made a plan. She went back to Balogun, dressed differently, tied her scarf like the Igbo mamas, wore oversized shades. She had to follow Chisholm again, get proof, something real, something that explained this madness, and she did this time. She wasn't spotted. She tailed them Chisholm and Tunde all the way to a guest house in Yaba Room 108. Ada waited for hours, watching. She didn't blink. She didn't eat. She just sat on a plastic chair at the Mama Put joint across the street, her eyes fixed on the brown gate. When they came, out! She saw it, the ring on Chisholm's finger, Tunde's ring, her ring. Ada remembered it perfectly, gold with a small blue sapphire. Tunde had promised her it was unique. No one else in the world has this exact ring, he'd said, yet there it was, on Chisholm's hand. That night, Ada went home. Tunde was already inside, sitting on the bed, acting like everything was fine. She walked past him, into the bathroom, shut the door, and screamed, silently, not because of fear, but because she now knew Chisholm didn't survive. And the woman in Balogun wasn't just a look-alike, she was a replacement. The next day, Ada went to the man who had helped her last December, the one who handled problems for money. He was sitting in his shop, sharpening a long knife and whistling. "I need information," she said. "No killing," she added. "Not yet." He looked up, smiling like the devil. "What kind of information?" "I want to know who's pretending to be my dead cousin, and why my husband is helping her." The man laughed, then said something that made Ada's blood go cold. "You're not the first to ask." Ada stiffened. Her palms grew cold. "What did you just say?" she asked slowly. The man known on the streets as Baba Tega leaned back on his plastic stool, knife still in hand. "I said," he repeated, grinning. "You're not the first person who came asking about her. That woman, your dead cousin, someone else was here last week too. Paid me well. Told me to find out who she really is. Left no name." Ada's breath caught. "Man or woman?" "Woman," he said. "With a scar above her eyebrow. Looked like she's been through war." Ada knew that scar. It belonged to Ujunwa Chisholm's old roommate from university. They hadn't spoken in years, but Ada remembered the day Chisholm beat her bloody during a school fight over a stolen phone. They were close, until they weren't. What was Ujunwa doing in Lagos? Why was she investigating Chisholm too? Ada felt something tighten in her chest. What if this wasn't just jealousy anymore? What if she had walked into something deeper? She left Baba Tega's place with one sentence echoing in her head. "You're not the first." The words followed her all the way home, all through her bath. Even when she lay beside Tunde in bed, pretending to sleep, pretending not to notice the faint perfume of vanilla and hibiscus on his collar, Chisholm's signature scent. The next day, Ada made her move. She waited until Tunde left the house, then quietly followed him. He took a taxi, not his usual car. A white Toyota with a scratched bumper. He didn't notice Ada's Kiki weaving through traffic behind him. Destination, Ilasamaja, a quiet compound with high gates and a noisy generator humming in the background. Tunde got out, walked in, no keys, just knocked twice. The gate opened, and there she was again, Chisholm, or whatever her name really was. But this time, she wasn't smiling. Ada reached for her phone and took a photo, then another, then zoomed in on something A-mark, right behind her ear. A faded scar shaped like a K. Ada froze. Not Chisholm. Kambili. The twin Chisholm claimed had died at birth. The twin nobody ever met. The one their auntie once whispered about during an overnight vigil, drunk on prayer and palm wine. The family secret. The one buried long ago. Ada's heart raced. She didn't know whether to scream or cry or vomit. She had killed Chisholm, but this wasn't her. This was Kambili, her ghost twin, the buried truth, alive, and somehow she had taken Ada's place. But why? And why was Tunde helping her? What did they want? Was this revenge, a con, or something worse? That night, Ada texted Amaka to meet her at a bar in Surulere. Amaka arrived wearing a big hoodie and carrying pepper spray, just in case. Ada showed her the photos, the scar, the ring, the kiss. Amaka listened in silence, then said, "You need to talk to Ujunwa, now, before they come for you." "Why would they come for me?" Ada asked. Amaka looked away, then muttered, "Because you didn't kill Chisholm like you think you did." Ada blinked. "What?" "Ujunwa sent me a message yesterday," Amaka whispered. "She said she found something in the autopsy report." Ada's hands trembled. "Chisholm didn't die from the fall, Ada. She died 24 hours after that night." Ada's mouth went dry. "What do you mean she died 24 hours after?" Her voice cracked like a glass under pressure. Amaka leaned in, her voice barely above a whisper. "Ujunwa got her hands on a copy of the autopsy report. She paid someone at the coroner's office." Then slowly, "It says Chisholm had blunt force trauma, but that wasn't what killed her. The real cause of death was," she paused, "poison." Ada's world tilted. Poison? That wasn't possible. She hit her head. She was bleeding. "I saw it," Ada insisted. "I left her there. I called Baba Tega to fix it." Amaka nodded. "But the report says she was alive for hours after that. Someone gave her something later, something that stopped her heart." Ada's hands were trembling so hard she almost dropped her drink. She stared at the glass. It looked exactly like the one she held the night it all began. Christmas, jealousy, the push, the body. But now a question sat heavy in her chest. If I didn't kill her, who did? That night Ada couldn't go home. She went to a cheap lodge near Ojuelegba, locked the door, and sat in the dark, scrolling through her gallery, looking at every picture she had with Chisholm. In one of them of photos taken a week before the incident, something new jumped out at her. Tunde, in the background, standing by the kitchen and looking at Chisholm, not just looking, watching her. With a hunger in his eyes Ada had never noticed. Before, she called Ujunwa. To her surprise, the number rang. "Hello?" The voice was rough. "Ujunwa, it's Ada." Silence. Then, "You shouldn't have called me. I need to know what you found." More silence. Then Ujunwa said, "Meet me tomorrow. 9 a.m. ShopRite, Ikeja Mall. We can't talk over the phone. They might be listening." She hung up. Ada sat frozen, staring into the dark. They? Who was they? The next morning, Ada arrived early. Sat at a corner table by the food court facing the escalator. 9 was a.m. past. 9:10, 9:15, no sign of Ujunwa. 30. A waitress walked up to her with a note. "Someone said to give you this," the waitress said. Ada opened the folded paper. It was hurriedly written, "Do not go home. They know you know. Meet me at the back of the old cinema. Come alone." Ada's heart nearly stopped. She rushed out, eyes darting around. Paranoia gripped her like cold iron. She took a cab to the old cinema, an abandoned building now crawling with weeds and ghosts of forgotten films. Ujunwa was already there, leaning on the wall, pale, sweating. Ada, listen to me carefully. You were never supposed to see her at Balogun. What is she? Ada asked. She looks like Chisholm. She acts like Chisholm, but she's not. She's something else. Ujungwa looked around, lowered her voice. I've been following her. She doesn't sleep in the same place twice. She meets with different men. Sometimes she goes by Kambili, sometimes by Chisholm. But recently, I heard her say a name. Mara. Ada frowned. Mara? It's a code, or a name given to her by someone. She's not just a person, she's a plant, a setup, sent to destroy something. Maybe you, maybe someone else. But it all started before December. What are you talking about? Ada whispered. I think Chisholm found something out before she died, something dangerous. And Mara, or Kambili, whatever she is, was sent to silence her. But you. Ujunwa turned to her, eyes wild. You got in the way. Ada felt the ground shift again. So I didn't kill Chisholm. You pushed her. Yes, but she survived. Someone came back for her later and finished the job. My guess? Your husband. No. Yes, Ujunwa insisted. She was about to expose something. Something about a money trail, fake contracts, ghost accounts. Tunde's name was in it. Chisholm found the documents. Ada staggered back. That night, the argument. Chisholm had mentioned dirty money, said something about protecting the family name. Ada thought it was pride, but now she looked up. Ujunwa was staring behind her, eyes wide, face pale. Ada, she said, don't move. Ada turned. A dark figure stood in the shadows, clapping. Very impressive, the voice said. Smooth, male. A voice she knew. Tunde. Ada's breath caught. Tunde stepped out of the shadows like a scene from a horror film. Except this wasn't a movie, and the villain was wearing her husband's face. Ujunwa, he said smoothly. You just couldn't let it go, could you? Ujunwa reached into her purse. Ada noticed her fingers trembling. Don't bother, Tunde said, raising his hand. There's a gun pointed at both of you, not by me. Behind them, someone cocked a weapon. A soft metallic click. Ada turned slowly. Chisholm, or was it Kambili, or was it Mara? She stood there in a black dress, eyes void of expression. No makeup, no smile, no pretense, just a cold, calculating calm, and a pistol in her hand. Why? Ada whispered. What do you want from me? Mara smiled. It was terrifying. Wanted your silence, she said. And for a while, you gave it freely. But then you got nosy. She stepped closer. The plan was simple. Chisholm got curious. She dug too deep. She found numbers, accounts, things that were meant to stay buried. So we did what had to be done. She was a threat. Ada's mouth went dry. So you killed her? No, Mara said. Tunde did. Ada turned to her husband, but he looked relieved, like a man who had just taken off a mask he'd worn too long. She was going to ruin everything, he said. Our investments, the offshore accounts. She found the trail and was ready to leak it. You think I built this life from scratch? Ada, I inherited it, through precision, through calculated losses. Chisholm, Ada realized, was just one of those losses. And me? Ada asked, voice shaking. Was I a loss too? Tunde walked toward her slowly. No. You were useful. But you got too emotional and now you're a liability. Ujungwa, now pale and sweating, looked between them. She muttered something, in Igbo under her breath. Ada barely caught it, but it was a prayer, a final one. Then without warning she charged at Mara. Gunshot, screams, dust, chaos. Ada hit the ground hard. Her ears rang. She couldn't see clearly. One figure slumped to the floor. Another stumbled back. And in the haze, someone grabbed her hand. It was Mara, dragging her, running. "Come with me if you want to live," she hissed. Ada couldn't believe it. The same woman who threatened her life just minutes ago was now saving it. They burst through the back exit of the cinema, down a narrow alleyway. Motorcycles zoomed past. Vendors stared. "Mara, what are you doing?" Ada shouted. But Mara didn't answer. Not yet. They reached a hidden garage. Inside was an old blue Camry. Mara opened the door and threw her inside. Then she said it. "They lied to me too, Ada. I thought you killed Chisholm, that you were the problem. But the real monster is the one you married." Ada blinked, her ears still ringing. Tears threatened to spill. "So why help me now?" Mara pulled off her wig. Her natural hair, braided tightly, glistened with sweat. "Because I've played the role of the villain long enough," she whispered. "But I remember who I am now." She looked straight into Ada's eyes. "My name is not Mara. It's Kambili, and Chisom was my sister." Ada stared at her. "No," she breathed. "That's not possible. Chisom never had a sister. A twin, maybe. But she said your mother said you died at birth." Kambili looked away, her jaw tight. "I wish I had." The air in the car grew heavy. Outside, Lagos thundered with its usual noise, sirens in the distance, hawkers shouting, life carrying on like nothing had shattered. But inside that car, time stopped. Kambili took a breath, then began. "I was born 5 minutes after Chisom, but I wasn't breathing. They thought I was dead. The nurse wrapped me up and set me aside, but a cleaner saw my fingers twitching. They saved me, secretly." She paused. "My father didn't want twins, said it was a bad omen. So they gave me away to a family far from Anambra. I was raised in silence. No pictures, no records, just shadows." Ada's hands trembled. "All my life," Kambili continued. "I knew. Something was missing. I felt her. I used to dream of her face before I even knew her name." She looked at Ada. "Then last year I saw her photo, online, and I knew." Ada's voice cracked. "So, you came back for her?" "No," Kambili said. "I came back to meet her. I tracked her down, followed her, watched her. I was scared. How do you walk up to someone and say, 'Hi, I'm the sister they buried while you were still crying'?" Ada's tears finally fell. She had killed this woman's sister, or at least she thought she had. Kambili continued. "But I was too late. The day I decided to finally speak to her, I followed her to the house. I was there. I saw you two fight." Ada's eyes widened. "You saw?" "Yes, from behind the fence. I saw you push her, saw her hit her head. I ran in after you, left. She was breathing, but barely. I tried to wake her. I held her hand." Kambili paused. "That's when he arrived. Tunde," Ada whispered. Kambili nodded. He stepped out of the shadows like a ghost. No panic, no surprise, just calm. He said, "You must be the other one." I didn't understand. Then he dragged me aside, called someone on the phone. "He told me to stay quiet, or I'd end up beside her." Ada's stomach twisted. This wasn't just murder. This was a cover-up that went deeper than anyone imagined. Kambili looked straight ahead now, hands tight on the steering wheel. He made a deal with me. Said if I kept quiet, I could take her place. Said I looked just like her. He needed me to pose, to calm the rumors, to inherit some properties, sign a few papers, smile at the right events. Ada whispered. "So you?" Pretended to be her. I had no choice. He said I'd die if I didn't, but I didn't know. I didn't know what he really did until I saw her death certificate, dated 24 hours after you pushed her. Ada stared into nothing. "And now?" she asked. Why are you helping me now? Kambili looked at her, eyes softer this time. Because I saw the way he looked at you. He doesn't love you, Ada. He's keeping you around because you know enough to burn his empire. He planned to erase you next. Ada's head throbbed with memory. The missing ring, the lies, the way he watched her while she slept. A knock on the window startled them both. Kambili reached for the glove box, a small knife. Not a gun too loud, but it was a woman, middle-aged, headscarf, dusty wrapper. Ada, she asked, are you Ada Madhu? Ada's heart raced. Yes? The woman slipped a note into her hand and walked away. No explanation, no name. Ada opened it. It read, I know what happened to Chisholm, and I know who's still watching you. Come to 13 Olonade Street. Come alone. Kambili peered over her shoulder. That's Yaba, she said. Ada looked up. We're going. As they drove off, a black Prado Jeep slowly pulled out of a nearby alley. Inside, Tunde sat in silence. Beside him, a man in a foreign suit whispered into a headset. They're moving. Should we intercept? Tunde smiled coldly. No, let them. Run. He pulled out a small object from his pocket. A gold necklace. Chisholm's necklace, still stained with blood. The rain started as they reached Yaba. Not the usual light Lagos drizzle, this one felt personal, like the sky was trying to wash away secrets. Kambili parked 2 streets away from 13 Olonade. They walked the rest of the way, hoods up, silent. Both women carried ghosts in their shadows now. The house looked abandoned, flaking paint, a broken window, but the light was on. Ada hesitated. Kambili looked at her. If this is a trap, she said, we don't go down quietly. Ada nodded. They stepped inside. The woman from earlier was waiting, older now, but Ada recognized her. One of Chisholm's old nannies. Her name escaped her memory. My name is Nkiru, the woman said. I raised both girls until they were torn apart. She looked at Kambili. You were never supposed to be erased. But your mother was scared. Your father made the decision. I'm so sorry. Kambili's eyes were cold. I'm not here for apologies. Nkiru nodded. Then listen closely. She poured them tea. Neither drank. Then she told them the truth. Chisholm had discovered everything. Tunde's offshore accounts, money laundered through ghost NGOs, shell companies in Ada's name, yes, Ada's name. Fake land purchases signed by Chisholm Madhu, except she never signed them. Tunde had been building an empire, using their names as shields. And when Chisholm threatened to expose it, he silenced her. But it wasn't just him. There was a network, men in government, foreign names, people who needed Chisholm gone. Kambili was supposed to replace her long enough to sign the final deals and then disappear. 2. A twin no one knew about. A body double, a pawn. And Ada, collateral damage. Kambili stood up. We need to end this, she said. I need them to know Chisholm didn't just vanish. She was murdered, and I am done hiding. Nkiru handed Ada a file. Proof, she said. Chisholm gave it to me 2 days before she died. Told me if anything happened to wait. She said you would come. Ada opened it. Bank statements, ID copies, photos, and at the bottom, a memory card. They watched it on Nkiru's old laptop. It was Chisholm. Face pale, eyes serious. If you're watching this, she said, I didn't make it. But I found the truth. And I need you, whoever you are, to finish what I couldn't. Ada covered her mouth as tears poured freely. Beside her, Kambili was stone still. They took everything, the files, the footage, and went to the press. One brave journalist, an ex-military man turned whistleblower, agreed to release it. Within hours, the story exploded. Minister's son-in-law accused in billion-dollar fraud ring. Woman returns from the dead to expose murder and corruption. Photos of Chisom and Kambili side by side went viral. The world saw what Ada never did. They weren't just sisters, they were mirrors. Tunde ran for a while. But Nigeria isn't always kind to men who cross the wrong people, especially when those people need a scapegoat. He was arrested at the airport, smiling like he had one more trick left. 2 weeks later, Kambili disappeared. No calls, no note, no warning, just gone. Ada searched, hired people, nothing, until one day, at Balogun Market, she saw her, again, by the same fabric stall, but this time she wasn't wearing black. She wore white, radiant, at peace. Ada ran toward her, but the woman turned. And it wasn't Kambili, just another face that looked too close, too familiar. That night, Ada sat in her apartment. The city outside kept moving traffic, parties, sirens. But in her chest, silence had finally made peace. She lit a candle, opened her Bible, and played Chisom's last video again. "I don't need revenge," Chisom had said. "I just want the truth to outlive the lie." Ada smiled sadly. "Rest!" "Now," she whispered, then closed the laptop. The past was over, but the face of her cousin, the face of her sister, the face of justice, would never be forgotten.
Miriam was born different. From the moment she entered the world, her mother, Adis, knew something was amiss. While other baby girls grew into their bodies with the expected changes, Miriam remained flat-chested, her frame defying nature's design. At first, the doctors dismissed it as a delayed development, but as the years passed, the truth became undeniable. Miriam had a rare condition that left her without breasts. Growing up in their small town was cruel. Girls whispered, boys stared, and even some adults couldn't hide their curiosity or judgment. "She's cursed," an old woman once muttered in the market, sending Adis into a fit of rage. But no amount of shouting could silence the rumors, and Miriam bore the weight of them all. At home, things went much better. Her father, Chekudi, avoided discussing it, retreating into silence whenever Adis brought up their daughter's condition. "She will grow," he insisted, clinging to denial. But Adis knew better. She saw the way Miriam flinched when she caught her reflection, how she avoided swimming lessons, how she refused to undress in front of even her mother. In school, she learned to hide under baggy clothes, avoiding sports, locker rooms, and any situation that might expose her secret. The taunts were relentless. Half a girl, they called her. Incomplete. One day, during a biology class, a teacher explained puberty, gesturing to a diagram of a fully developed female body. A boy in the back snickered. "Not everyone looks like that," he whispered loudly, eyes flicking toward Miriam. The room erupted in laughter. She fled the class, locking herself in the restroom, heaving sobs that racked her thin frame. By 16, the pressure became unbearable. She withdrew into herself, avoiding friendships, avoiding mirrors. Depression loomed like a storm cloud. Then, one evening, her mother sat beside her, holding her hands tightly. "You are not broken, my child. The world will try to convince you otherwise, but you must never believe them." But Adi's words could not drown out the cruelty of the world. One day, Miriam overheard a conversation between her father and an uncle. "She may never marry, Chukudi. What man wants a woman who cannot even look like one?" That night, Miriam lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. If even her own father doubted her worth, what hope did she have? Thoughts of ending it all crept into her mind like shadows, whispering that she would never be enough. But something in her rebelled, a stubborn, desperate spark that refused to let the world win. She poured herself into her studies, refusing to let the whispers dictate her future. By the time she left for university, she had learned to walk with her head high, to dress how she wanted, to embrace her body. She found friends who saw her, not her differences. But university came with new challenges. Miriam's body, different from other women's, attracted attention not just from men, but from women too. Some assumed she was androgynous, some saw her as an enigma. There were girls who approached her, whispering that she was special, that she did not need to conform to society's definitions of femininity or masculinity. You don't have to force yourself to be like them, one girl, Chioma, told her in a hushed voice one evening. You could be free with us, you. At first, Miriam did not understand. But as time went on, some of these women tried to convince her that she belonged with them. That since she was not traditionally feminine, perhaps she was meant for a different kind of life. She struggled with the attention, confused and uncertain. She had spent so long fighting to prove she was whole, that she was a woman despite her body, and now there were those telling her she did not have to be. It felt like another battle, a different kind of pressure, a different kind of expectation. One night, a girl tried to kiss her at a party, mistaking her silence for consent. Miriam recoiled, her heart pounding. I am not what you think I am, she said firmly, pushing the girl away. From then on, she made her stance clear. She would define herself on her own terms. She was not going to be shaped by others' perceptions, not by those who ridiculed her for being different, and not by those who tried to tell her she had no choice in her identity. She would live as herself, Miriam, strong, determined, and free. Her university years were a test of endurance. She faced loneliness, moments of doubt, and periods of isolation. There were days she wished she could be a normal, but she learned to silence that voice. She found comfort in knowledge, in research, in proving to herself that her worth was not dictated by her outward appearance. After graduation, Miriam pursued a career in psychology, determined to help those who struggled with self-worth and identity. She knew what it felt like to be an outsider, to feel like the world had no space for you. And she wanted to be the voice that told others, you are enough. Years later, Miriam stood before an audience, delivering a talk on body acceptance. She shared her story, the pain, the survival, the triumph. Her mother sat in the front row, tears streaming down her face. Even her father, aged and humbled by years of regret, watched with quiet admiration. As she looked into the sea of faces, she realized she was never incomplete. She had always been whole. And she had survived.
Like that.
They say Lagos now where dreams come true, but dem no they tell you say fit break you before it make you. For Obi, it started with just N2000, a nylon bag, and one heavy prayer from his mama. But Lagos no send you. Obi jumped down. From the old rickety bus at Ojolegba with dusty slippers, an overwashed polo, and two things in his pocket, N2000 and hope. He had never been to Lagos before, but his cousin Seyi had told him, come, I go help you. Lagos day for Husabi hustle. That first night, the help he expected from Seyi turned into, bros, make you manage kiosk outside, get space for corner. The kiosk was hot like pepper stew, filled with mosquitoes and the stench of stale drinks, but it was better than sleeping on the road. Day 2, Obi was on the street hawking pure water. Day 5, he knew how to dodge lastma and area, voice day 10. His feet were blistered, but his dream, still day alive. Omo, Lagos no be your village, oh, a fellow hawker, Amina, once told him. Here, now every man for himself, even blood fit turn stranger. Obi laughed, not knowing say the joke go soon reach him. By week 3, he discovered Seyi had been collecting money from his boss anytime he helped Obi find odd jobs. Betrayal, hot like burning oil, cut through his heart. He confronted him. Say, why? Na me, your blood, Seyi shrugged. Lagos na survival, Obi. If you know wise up, you go chop sand. Obi left that day with nothing but a tattered bag and tears he swore not to let drop. He started pushing wheelbarrow in mile 12 market. Every night, he counted N300, N500, saved N200, and bought bread with the rest. Slowly, like snail dewaka, things began to shift. One rainy afternoon, while pushing tomatoes for Mama Nkechi, a loyal customer who always paid well, Obi collapsed. Hunger, fatigue, wet clothes. The woman rushed to him, poured water on his face, and shouted for help. Next morning, he woke up in Mama Nkechi's small kitchen. "You get drive, I like am," she said. "Come day help me sell food for corner, at least you go chop well." That food stand was where it all changed. Obi learned to cook. Jollof, egusi, ewa agoyin. Fried plantain that'll make you forget heartbreak. He served with smile and speed. Within 6 months, he was making enough to rent a Face Me, I Face You. Then came the spark. A customer, a banker, tasted his yam porridge and jokingly said, "Guy, if you open shop, I go bring my whole office here." Obi replied, "Oga, hold." "Emo, I dey count on you," they laughed. But that laugh turned into support. The banker posted about Obi's food on Twitter, X. The post went viral. "Best food in Yaba for under N1000. Next week, bloggers showed up. Next month, food vendors started copying his menu. 3 months later, Obi opened Obi's Chop Life Kitchen, but success no be free. Friends turned to strangers. His small-time hawker friends now say he donde form. Even Amina, the girl who once gave him slippers when he lost his own, begged him for help, and he didn't pick her call on time. Now, he stands in front of his second branch, wearing agbada, sunglasses on, camera flashing, but his heart heavy. "Nah, this be the dream," he whispers. "But wait and I lose to get am." Obi de chop suya in his car that night, parked by the lagoon. The breeze was soft, the city lights dancing on the water, but his mind no rest. His phone de vibrate back to back with alerts, orders, interviews, contracts. He should be happy, but something day off. A text popped up. Amina. "I no even need much, Obi. Just help me with small capital make I start my own Akara stand." He sighed. This same Amina once shared her only sachet water with him, gave him slippers when he waka barefoot. But now people they line up to take pictures with Chef Obi. Now every cousin we never call since birth suddenly they say, blood. Is blood. He scrolled again, missed calls from Mama Nkechi, he forgot her birthday. She cried on the phone last week, he had promised to be there, but fame they take time like spirit husband. 2 years ago, he was on the floor, scrubbing pots, in the corner of Mama Nkechi's buka. "Obi, go buy more onions!" "Obi, the fire don't go off." "Obi, where that pepper I grind yesterday?" He answered, ran, cooked, served, washed. He smiled through insults, he laughed through hunger because he had a vision, one day he go own his own. And when he finally did, he no forget where he start, at first. But Lagos they move fast, faster. Then gratitude sometimes, now back to present. A new staff walked into his office. "Sir, there's a woman outside, says her name is Amina." She looks tired. Obi's heart skipped. "Tell her to..." He paused. "Bring her in." Amina entered. Same smile, same head tie, but eyes tired. She no even greet before she drop am. "Obi, why you forget me? I know they asked for free food. I just want sell Akara like before. My mama done sick, Obi. I no even get money for drugs." Obi looked away, ashamed. He reached for his drawer and brought out a brown envelope. He pressed it into her palm. "Take this, rent your stall. Start afresh. I go send supplier to give you gas and stove." Amina's eyes fill with tears. "God go bless you." Obi forced a smile, but as she walked out, he felt something even heavier loneliness. His success stay loud, but the silence in his soul, louder. That night, he stood on the balcony of his new flat in Lekki Phase 1, looking down at the busy street. Cars moved, people laughed, life moved on. His phone rang again. Mama Nkechi, he picked. "Mama, I beg I no forget you. I go come see you tomorrow with something special." She laughed through the phone. "Now you sabi, no let Lagos carry your head." We chuckled, but deep down to pain him. Because truth be say, Lagos don't already carry part of him. The next morning, Obi drove himself to Mama Nkechi's place. Not with escort or tinted glass, just him and the memories. The buka looked smaller now. The wooden tables were still there. The blue paint had peeled more than ever. But the scent, Ivofin Sala, still hung in the air like comfort. Mama Nkechi saw him and burst into a smile. "Ah, my millionaire don't remember old Mama today, oh." Obi knelt slightly and hugged her. "I never forget you, Mama." They sat, talked, laughed, cried. "Small, Mama." "You see Amina recently?" he asked. "Yes," she said. "She dey try, but she get that hunger in her eyes. Same one way I see for your face when you first come." Obi's eyes dimmed. "I feel like I'm changing, Mama. I dey win, but I dey lose too." Mama Nkechi nodded slowly. "That's Lagos for you. It go teach you how to shine, but you go fight not to lose your soul in the process." Meanwhile, back at Obi's Chop Life Kitchen 2.0, things weren't as smooth. Staff started stealing ingredients. His assistant manager leaked account details to a fake vendor. Someone made a fake Obi's Kitchen Instagram page, started collecting orders and money, scamming people in his name. The pressure? E-choke. Even with 200k followers, 3 branches and interviews on TV. Obi started to burn out. He barely slept, barely ate. He even missed his younger sister's wedding in Enugu. His mother called Obi money no be everything. "Are you okay?" He wanted to lie, but his throat tightened. "Mama, I dey try, but I dey tired." Later that week, Obi sat alone in his flat. No noise, just him. He picked up a photo from his first day in Lagos. Dusty feet, nylon bag, bright eyes. "Where that Obi day now?" he whispered. Suddenly his phone rang. It was a number from the US. "Hello." "Hello, is this Mr. Obi? My name is Clara. I'm calling from Niger Eats International. We'd love to bring your kitchen brand to Houston. We saw your story on LinkedIn. Can we talk?" Obi froze. Another door just opened, but he still hadn't closed the ones behind him. Obi sat silently, phone still in hand. "Hello, Mr. Obi?" The woman's voice echoed from the other side. "Yes," he finally replied. "Let's talk." She explained everything, how they'd fly him out, sponsor his papers and launch. Obi's Chop Life, Houston. "It'll be the first Nigerian street food brand with global visibility," she said. Obi looked around at his apartment. Marble floors, leather seats, big TV, but no one to share it with. Not even laughter echoed in the room anymore. He said he'd think about it. But deep inside, the Lagos boy in him whispered, "You fit day win abroad, and still lose yourself for real." Same night, Obi drove to the old kiosk he once slept in. It was now a mini provision store. He stood there for minutes, just staring. The woman inside came out. "You want buy something, sir?" He smiled. "No, I just remember where I come from." She looked at him. "Again. Wait a more. Now you be that Obi chef, wait a TV. My husband, they always talk about you." Obi smiled faintly, signed an autograph on her son's jotter. As he walked back to his car, someone tapped his shoulder. It was his cousin, Seyi. Sei looked older, rougher, and wore guilt like cologne. "Obi, I no even know how to face you. I hear of your success. Bros, I fuck up, I dey beg." Obi's jaw clenched. His fist tightened. This was the same man who sold him out when he had nothing, but life had taught Obi one thing. Bitterness is too heavy to carry when you're trying to fly. "I forgive you," Obi muttered. "But make you change. Lagos, no. Go pity you if you no pity yourself." Saya nodded with tears. "Thank you, Obi. Thank you." Days later, Obi called a meeting. His old crew, Amina, Mama Nkechi, his loyal staff. He announced he'd be stepping away for a while. "Not to run," he said, "but to breathe, to remember who I am." He gave Amina full rights to manage Obi's Chop Life Yaba. Hired a professional to audit the finances. Rebranded his social media to talk about mental health, honesty, and the truth behind hustle. Then, he packed his small bag, just like old times, and flew to Houston. Not to chase success blindly, but to carry his roots with him, this time with wisdom. But what he didn't know was, back in Lagos, a new drama was already brewing. A former staff he had fired was planning something. A scandal, a video. And a lie that could ruin everything Obi had worked for, both in Lagos and abroad. 2 weeks after Obi landed in Houston, things looked bright again. interviews, photo shoots. Even a local American chef said, "This Nigerian boy got magic in his hands." He smiled again. This time, the smile touched his eyes. For the first time in years, he was sleeping full 8 hours. No alarms, no generator noise, just peace. But peace in Lagos? He'd expire fast. Back in Nigeria, a WhatsApp message started flying. "Una see wetin Obi dey do for Yankee. You go shock!" attached. A blurred video of someone who looked like Obi in a hotel room with a woman, with captions claiming he was sleeping with a married client to get international deals. Twitter caught fire. Facebook cooked the gist. Instagram. Influencers reposted. TikTok was dragging him like jollof rice at Owambe. Even Yaksh Obi. The fake chef started trending. Obi's phone buzzed non-stop. "Bro, what's going on? Guy, respond na! Omo, your silence na confessional!" He froze. Sweat formed on his palms. He tried calling Amina. She picked and shouted, "Obi, Lagos don't catch fire, oh! Even the local news carry am! Say na your ex-staff where you fire, Henry! Release am!" Obi's chest tightened. "Henry, but I helped him get another job." "They say you ruin him. Say you dey pretend online." In Houston, Obi's new investors paused the launch. A food festival uninvited him. His visa sponsor said, "We don't want drama." The Lagos boy was now living his worst fear, losing everything again. He stood by the window that night and whispered, "God, is this how it ends?" But inside him something rose, the fire of the street boy from Ojuelegba, the one who survived. Betrayal, hunger, and pure water hustle. He wiped his face. "No, this one no go end me." Then Obi booked a flight back to Lagos. He dropped a video. "I know run, I know hide. Let's clear the air. I was raised by fire, betrayal, and pepper soup, and I'm still here. Let's go." He arrived at MMA like a warrior. Crowds waited outside. Bloggers. Reporters. Some booed, some cheered. He walked past them with a calm face, but his heart beat like generator Wayno get diesel. He held a press conference at Obi's Chop Life HQ. He showed the unedited version of the hotel video. It wasn't him. Clear face, different tattoo, different voice. Then he played voice recordings of Henry trying to blackmail him for N5 million. The room went dead silent. Obi ended with, "I built this from the gutter, and if I fall again, I go rise. But not by lies." Later that night, Obi stood in front of the old kiosk again, this time cameras all around. "Lagos, I'm home. Let's rebuild." The streets of Lagos buzzed with noise, traffic, and now, Obi's name. From bus stops to barbershops, from buka corners to Instagram lives, people were talking. That guy get mind Shah. A return come face the fire. Respect. Obi's comeback shook Lagos like thunder. His video reached 1 million views in less than 24 hours. But he wasn't chasing clout, he was rebuilding something deeper. Next morning, Obi walked into Obi's Chop Life Yaba unannounced. Customers stood, staff paused. "Morning, everybody," he said calmly. "I know, just come to check soup I come to." "Check spirit," he faced his team. "I know the heat of betrayal. I know what it means to carry bran for head and almost drown. But today we day reset this kitchen, not just for food, but for truth." And then he made a shocking announcement. "From today, all junior staff go collect free vocational training. If you no one remain in the kitchen forever, I go help you grow. Because true leadership no be how many people they serve you, but how many you carry along." Meanwhile, Henry. He had gone silent since Obi cleared his name. But Lagos know they forget scandal easily. A blog leaked a voice note of Henry crying, begging a friend. "I no say he go like this. I just dey vex say him fire me. Now everywhere dumb block. For me." People started dragging him instead. "You want ruin another man's life because of job? Jealousy go make you miss your own blessing." 1 week later, Amina walked into Obi's office. She placed a brown envelope on his table. "What's this?" Obi asked. She smiled. "My first profit. I want donate small to the Chop Life Foundation you talk about." Obi shook his head. "You no owe me anything," Amina replied. "I owe you hope." He paused. For once, everything felt full circle. The pure water hawker. The betrayed cousin. The boy who once scrubbed booker pots. Now the man running a foundation, 3 kitchens, and speaking at business forums. But he wasn't done. Obi spoke at Unilag days later. Crowd of students. Bright eyes, phones up. He held the mic and said, "Lagos didn't give me success, it gave me scars, but those scars became my story. And this story, na evidence say, if you no give up, you go stand up. But never forget, no matter how far you go, always know who you be." The crowd erupted, tears, cheers, applause. But just when he thought peace had finally settled, a call came in. His mother collapsed. Hospital. No one knows what happened yet. The hospital lights buzzed softly as Obi sat on the cold bench, shoulders heavy like sack of beans. He stared through the glass as nurses moved around his mother's room. Oxygen tubes. Monitors. That loud silence that makes your heart pound louder than traffic in a shoddy. His mother, his rock, his reason. The same woman who gave him her last N2000 and said, "Obi, no, let Lagos swallow you." Now she lay still, fighting for her life. And Obi, the Lagos big man, suddenly felt like a small boy again. He remembered the day he left his village. "Mama," he had whispered, "I go make you proud." She smiled, touching his cheek. "Pride no sweet if you lose yourself. Be good, and if you fall, get up again." He didn't understand those words fully then, but now, sitting outside the ICU, they echoed louder than ever. 2 days later. Doctors said it was high blood pressure, triggered by stress. Apparently, she saw the fake video during the scandal and collapsed, thinking everything was true. She had cried alone for days. No one told Obi because they didn't want to disturb him while abroad. The guilt tore him like broken bottle. "I was busy fighting to protect my name," he whispered to himself. "But I let down the one person who carried it first." Back at the village, Obi stayed back longer than expected. No flashy clothes, no social media updates, just wrapper, slippers, and sitting under the mango tree with his mother, who was now recovering slowly. Every morning, they'd talk. "Mama," he said one evening, "I get everything I prayed for, but I feel empty sometimes." His mother looked at him, frail but wise. "Because the noise in Lagos too loud, you know they hear yourself again. But here you they remember your why." Meanwhile in Lagos, Amina held things down. Obi's fans kept the brand alive with hashtags like Anumak Chop Life still standing. Even Mama Nkechi joined TikTok, sharing old memories of Obi's early days. But something deeper was stirring in Obi's heart. A new idea. Something beyond buka and business. One night, he told his mother, "I want to start something new. Not just food, not just fame. I want to build centers for street hustlers. Teach them business, emotional balance, branding, and survival." His mother smiled weakly. "That one sweet me. Make sure say you go name the first center after your papa." Obi chuckled. "Mama, even for this your condition, you still day plan legacy." But just as peace began to return again, another storm gathered. A foreign investor sent Obi an email. "We're reconsidering our partnership. Too many online controversies. Bad for PR." Then a message from Lagos. "Obi, one of your locations, Don Byrne, suspected arson." He stared at both messages, one from abroad, one from home, both threatening everything again. The room was quiet, as Obi reread both messages, one investor pulling out. One shop in Lagos burnt to the ground. It felt like life was calling him back into the ring. Only this time, he wasn't the hungry boy from Ojulegba anymore. He was a man, with scars, lessons, and legacy on his mind. He stood up from the wooden stool in the village veranda, where he and his mother had been sipping pap. "Mama," he said, "Lagos wan drag me back inside fire. But this time I go walk inside with water," she smiled. "Make sure say you no forget who you be. Fight but fight with sense." Back in Lagos. The burnt branch was a mess. Charcoal walls, melted fridges, torn Obi's Chop Life sign on the floor like a fallen crown. But the street came alive. Ex-staff, old customers, even rival vendors came to help clean. Some brought buckets, some brought cash, some just brought encouragement. "Obi, you fed us when we had nothing," one man said. "This is our small way to give back." That day, Obi didn't cry. He built, weeks later, the shop reopened, stronger, repainted with murals of street hustlers, quotes from Obi's journey, and a new name above the entrance, Chop Life Rebirth Center. Not just a kitchen now, it became a hybrid space where you could eat and learn business. Hustlers could get small grants, street kids could attend workshops, single mothers could learn to bake and sell. And above the counter, a frame of his mother's smiling face with the quote, "No, let Lagos swallow you." As for the foreign investor, Obi wrote him a letter. "I don't build for comfort, I build for purpose. If PR matters more to you than people, then we were never meant to build together." The letter went viral. That same week, a Nigerian billionaire reached out. "I love your grit. Let's build a Lagos campus for youth enterprise, full sponsorship." 1 year later, Obi stood on the TEDx stage, wearing plain Ankara, holding his old nylon bag. "I came to Lagos with N2000 kiosks, I hawked water, I faced betrayal, blackmail, burnout and fire, but I stayed true. Because sometimes God doesn't give you tables. He teaches you to build your own, from scratch. To every dreamer out there, Lagos no be beans, but if you no give up, you go chop life. Because the same fire way try to burn you fit cook your future.